Okay, good morning. We'll call this meeting to order. January 8th, 2024, 10 o'clock. After a brief moment of silence, Ms. Feathers, our Vice President, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we go to the next part, on behalf of the board, I just want to extend our deepest sympathy to the Martin family. No words, just know we're with you.
Thank you.
At this time, I entertain a motion for the board to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Ms. Feathers. Any questions? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Now it is. Motion passes 4-0.
Next on the agenda is the signed up delegations. First on the agenda will be Ms. Beth Witt.
Mr. Huggins, I think, do we have Mrs. Huffman, is Ariana Huffman here yet? They're bringing her over. Okay, we'll be okay. I was debating doing the recognitions before that, but that's fine, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I had it out of sequence.
Okay, Ms. Witt.
Let me get Mrs. Witt on the line here and make sure.
We're going to need to go in executive session. You know she's not here.
Probably. Let me
Probably.
make sure. Let's get her on the line here, sir.
Hello?
Mrs. Witt,
Yes.
I have you on speaker and you're in an open meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Huggins may have a few questions before you address the board.
All right.
Okay, Ms. Witt, is this something we need to go into executive session to discuss? Are you going to be naming names of people or anything of that nature?
No, not that. Well, maybe we should. I'm not sure if I'm gonna, say like the principal's name or Miss.
Yeah, don't go any farther. Okay.
Mr. President, I move we go into executive session for personnel and legal matters.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Ms. Feathers. This will be a voice vote. Mr. Tatham?
Yes.
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 Yes. 4-0 at 10:04. Ms. Witt, hold on a minute till we go to another room, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collins, you'll make arrangements.
This is going to be
At this time, entertain a motion to come back in executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Feathers, second by Mr. Kisner. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes, 4-0, 1021. From executive session, Mr. Martin will follow up with the issues that was discussed and take care of that. Next on the agenda, there's still not recognition. So. Okay, next on the agenda is Jody Bell. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Ms. Bell. Hold on one second. Do you want to do recognitions?
I just know we were hoping to get that close to 10 if the delegation group doesn't mind.
Will the delegation, do we need to? Delegations, can we recognize the students? We can get them back to class, please. Does anybody object to that? Okay, Mr. Martin. then.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Huggins, we actually have two recognitions today. The first is we would certainly want to recognize Mrs. Ariana Huffman. She is a 12th grade student at Preston High School. Ariana recently was awarded the Quest Bridge National College Match Scholarship. Ariana was one of 2,242 students nationwide to receive this four-year scholarship totaling over $360,000 over a four-year span at $90,000 per year. So it's just an amazing accomplishment. Ariana was competing with over 280,000 applicants for this honor. Ariana has been a part of the Upward Bound program over the past 4 years, and representatives certainly worked with her and assisted her through the application process. Ariana, I want to make sure I'm correct. You are planning to attend Haverford College, and obviously we would like to recognize Ariana for this outstanding accomplishment. And I would also ask for Upward Bound representative, Mr. Landon Southerly, who's in attendance. Landon, if you would please come forward as well. And if there's any members of the PHS administration, I know Mr. Seymour's here. Ms. Herco's here, right? Come on up, Mrs. Herco. But I would ask that all those in attendance to please give Ariana a huge round of applause for this substantial accomplishment. You can get an initial picture, and I can maybe the board can get behind him as well. Let's go shake hands. Can I stay up or we're going to go shake hands, I guess?
Thank you.
Yeah, board members, if you can I get a picture with that? Okay, let's give our round of applause. There wasn't anybody here. There's literally nobody here.
Sorry, cut you off.
Get my steps in.
We also wanted to recognize another student today, and it's actually one of our student board members, Margot Sorbonne. Margot is a National Merit Scholarship semifinalist. She is a multi-sport athlete at Preston High School, playing soccer, wrestling, and track and field. She completed a one-year Rotary Exchange placement in Germany, I believe in Germany, correct? Was a student member of the Preston, is obviously a student member of the Preston County Board of Education, and we wanted to recognize Margot for her recent acceptance into Harvard University. So if Margot would please come forward and be recognized. And if the media would like to get a photo, and then board members, you can,
Scatter like mice.
yes.
flip-flops as we did that last time.
Give Margo a round.
Imagine if we had over here a backdrop to Preston. Yeah, and then you guys
Sorry, Mr. Higgins, I think I was prepping that. The recognitions are always first.
That's okay.
Why don't you make that?
Before we get back to delegations, just another congratulations to the high school, the administration, the teachers, everybody involved, and our students at Preston County always represent us well. What an accomplishment, these two. Unbelievable. Okay, moving on. Next, Ms. Jody Bell.
Yeah, Mrs. Barnes will let her know. Mrs.
Morning.
Bell, let's make sure her mic is on, guys.
I read it out, part of it.
So, he attached my letter, but I can go ahead and go over it again for you guys. So, for those who don't know me, I'm Jody Bell, and I'm a parent and a second-year teacher at Preston High School. I teach health sciences, CNA, phlebotomy, and EKG. I come today with concern for the new grading system at PHS. So, my concern is in regards to the new system of giving half credits at the semester and the way the grading is now happening. I did express my concern. Some of my questions were answered, not everything, but I kind of gave up, which is my fault. I was just like, I better understand, it's fine. We as teachers and I as a parent feel like there wasn't a lot of information given beforehand. We were told in our professional development that we were going to the half credit system. I've not been in school long enough to know what exactly a half credit system entailed. And that they would now get a half credit at the end of the semesters. Report cards are still going home to parents like we're still grading, like they got a midterm halfway through the first 9 weeks, they got a 9 weeks report card, they got a midterm halfway through the second 9 weeks, and then they'll get a semester report card instead of a second 9-week report card. Which seems simple until it got closer to time for the report cards to be sent. So we had to quit entering grades until they could print those, unless we wanted those grades to go onto that report card term. So we ended up with stacks of stuff that went to the next term. So it didn't split into 2 9-week terms because it grades for a whole semester. So then you're stuck with that pile up. I felt like I was kind of shot down on some of the things, and was effectively told it was a system issue, and that it's the new WEBIS calculation, and it collects grades in a different way than it used to, but we're not grading differently, because the percentage still equals the same for the semesters. That part, I understand. It does still enter the same for the semester. So that's basically what the majority of us as teachers, because I've talked to a lot of teachers, understood this process. So on December 4th, we had an advisory meeting with, I'm a senior advisory teacher, so to discuss the grading system and how it affects the students. Because what we were told to tell our students were we were on the half credit system. So that's what we told them. So during this meeting is when the majority of us found out that the first semester and second semester grades, or I guess maybe found out or realized, that the first semester and second semester no longer talk to each other for a final grade for the class. So effectively, if a student fails the first semester, they have to repeat that semester some way, whether it be credit recovery, after school, I'm not sure. We were told that if the student fails that first semester, they have to repeat it. If they fail the second semester, they still have to repeat. When questions were asked by students in regards to grading, the response was they will be scheduled back into that class. But if you have a half semester, but you failed the second half, and we schedule you back in for the first half, and you get that half credit again, do we really want to give credit for you only learning that first half twice? So that was a concern. We had a student ask if other schools were grading the same way, to which at that point, all we've been told was a system issue. Then we were told, this is what we decided to go with. So that kind of threw some of us off, because that's kind of the opposite of what we were told at the beginning of the year, that it was a system issue. So the question was raised as to how it affects the student's GPA. And they say it won't affect a student's GPA. The student will get a first semester grade for half credit on their transcript, and then a second semester grade on their transcript. So and I use my daughter as an example, she's a straight A student. We don't accept less, but she's a straight A student. But she is going out to have surgery. So if while she's off to have her surgery, her grade would drop to a high B, but the teacher's like, it's a B, it's not that big of a deal, and submits that final grade for some reason, that's a B now on her transcript where she had straight A's. Even if it is only half credit, it's going to affect her cumulative GPA because she now has a B reflected there. Even if she makes an A in the second semester, she still has a B reflected on her transcript. So that was an issue. The other thing was, I've talked to some parents, actually I've talked to a lot of parents, and a lot of parents think we're still grading the old way, that they have all year to catch up. So during the meeting, we were told that each counselor sent roughly around 30 letters during the at the end of the first 9 weeks, or sometime in that time frame between the meeting and the first 9 weeks, to senior parents to let them know that their student was in danger of failing a class and not graduating. So if we sent 30 letters, and there were 3 counselors, that's 90 letters. So that's 90 parent letters sent, telling them about the new grading system and their students possibly not graduating or having to do summer school or something to graduate. Then it means if we have 239 seniors, and I use that number just because I do National Technical Honor Society, and I get a list of class, like everybody's cumulative GPA. That's how many was on that sheet I got for the senior class. And 90 of those students are in danger of failing already. That's 37.6% of our senior class. That's more than a third of our senior class that would fail.
You have about a minute left.
Okay. So what we're wanting to know is, was it a board decision? Was it voted on? Was the policy looked at for this? Was this just something that was put in place and we just weren't properly educated, or we didn't ask enough questions? It just seems to me like it could work, but I think it needs more thought put into it. Where are we going to put these kids? I have kids that are failing my class that are supposed to be removed, and we don't have any place to put them. Where are we going to put all these kids with half credits? We don't have any half credit classes. So one teacher made the point, it looks like block grading, but we're not on a block schedule. So that's kind of what our concerns are. Like, how do we do this? How is this system fair to our students? How is it going to be productive? What do we do to fix it?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Bell, I guess a few things in response. And Mrs. Layton, some of the technical elements of WEVIS, there's a mic back there, Brenda, like we may want to tie you in. But first, Mrs. Bell, in regards to notification to staff, I identified in an email back to you, staff members had been availed with a graphic organizer in the superintendent's update for 6 consecutive weeks, starting back on September 5th through October 9th. So there were 6 consecutive publications of this to notify staff. As it reads, Schoology grade books will only have 2 semesters, not 4 separate 9-week categories. We will pull grades for the first and third 9-week report cards from the semester categories. There will be 2 separate grades on the final WEVIS transcript or record, semester 1 and semester 2. There will be a single grade. There will not be a single grade average together at the end of the year. So in terms of notification to staff, and I would say some of the onus would fall on the responsibility of the school to notify students of this process as well. But I would call into question that there was, no notification. This issue was brought to the board's attention at the October 9th board meeting. This was also presented to the Faculty Senate Representatives meeting in September. So I felt like there was quite a bit of notification to various entities in regards to at least the staffing levels. Semester grade averages, and Brenda, you may be able to speak to this better from working in the guidance office, but that's generally what's been the important notation on a report card, because that's, say, for example, what determines, say, for like athletic eligibility. You always look at semester grade averages. The second and fourth 9 weeks grade typically just comes into factor. And as you said, as we actually average the grades, one way or the other, it doesn't make a difference. It's going to ultimately equal the same grade irregardless. What I do recognize is there is obviously a difference from the students in the fact that if they are not doing well at a semester, I recognize what you're saying there for sure, Mrs. Bell, that if a student is not doing good in the first semester and they have a substandard grade, it's going to require some capacity to what they're going to do on that grade. Now, I would say too, as a teacher, all of our teachers have the discretion. If a circumstance like what you mentioned with your daughter, if there was an illness issue, a teacher always has the discretion to work in conjunction with the student, for example, to readdress the grades, even after issuance of the grades, as long as it's the teacher that's initiated that. That's not something that can be driven by administration per se. The other avenue is we've employed Mrs. Degler in a credit recovery process, which her class structure, from my understanding, has had very low enrollment during the course of the first semester. So if students are identified in situations like that where they have failing semester-based grades, that would, if they're not able to work in conjunction with their teacher, they may be able to turn around and work through a credit recovery process with Mrs. Degler if they can obviously work that into their schedule. So I guess that's probably the best way that I can answer the questions now. In terms of elements of the structure of WEVIS and why that decision was made, I think Mrs. Layton could probably speak more knowledgeably to that topic. So, Mrs. Layton?
Yeah, sure. When we changed to WEVIS 2.0, there was a difference. And in order for all of our systems to match, like what we were doing was we would tell Schoology, I mean, it's kind of a hard thing to describe, but we would tell Schoology, this is semester one, and within semester one, there's a term one and a term two. And this is semester two, and within semester two, there's a term three and a term four. 1 + 2 equals semester one, 3 + 4 equals semester two. But that's not the way that WEVIS pulls the grades back. So then we were having to run a lot of different things to try to translate those two, because they were speaking two different languages. It also clarifies things for a lot of reasons. One, when we do virtual courses, they're always semester A, semester B. When we do credit recovery, we want to identify which semester the student needs to recover. Is it semester A or semester B? When we have kids that move in and out throughout the year, it gives us more concrete data to say this student completed a half credit of English 9 instead of just they're in English 9 and here's their grade. It cleans up, it matches what a lot of other schools are doing around us. When we get kids that come in all the time, they come in with half credit. So, but it does not, like the fact that the teachers can change that student's semester one grade all the way till the end of the year, it doesn't actually have any impact on what grades we're giving the kids. It's just the way we're putting it on paper that's different.
One other thing I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mrs. Bell, but one other thing I would add in regards to some of the questions that related to policy. We are required, from a grading standpoint, we are required to grade the students on a 0 to 100 point scale, which we are currently employed. From I would have to pull the policy, but I don't know that it has any reference to half semesters, full semesters. It's that we must grade on that 100 point scale.
And I'm pretty
the other
sure that it
requirement
says
is
that
we also have to have a we are required to have a issuance of a midterm grade. I don't know that that so much was a product of that we're trying to make parents feel that it's the same process. It's more so we're required to, and a midterm is an opportunity for a teacher to advise whomever the student is. Right now, you're struggling a little bit. We need to pick it up, obviously, so that that we end up with a decent grade at the end of the term. So that's really what drives the issuance, the continued issuance of midterms, and in terms of the grading. Now, if this is something that we would continue at the secondary levels, we may need to have the board readdress the policy if there needs to be any pertinent changes related to some of the things that have been discussed earlier.
Okay, but happens to the students that, okay, you struggled the first semester, the second semester is usually always harder, but you picked it up, you got it together, you figured it out, you made a grade so that when you get your final grade on your transcript, if you put semester 1 and semester 2 together, which is the entire year, you passed for the entire year. They no longer have that option.
And I agree.
When they fail, they're done. When they fail the first semester, they have to repeat it. It doesn't matter what they make in the second semester, they have to.
Well, it does
repeat that
matter,
first
because then
semester.
they would only have to repeat the first semester in credit recovery, not the whole year.
Scheduling.
The way it's been described to me by multiple teachers is if I was failing the first semester and then I picked it up the second, the teachers have the option to go back and fix it. So if a teacher would recognize a student as picking it up, they as a teacher can say, hey, this is what you can do, that way you can bring that first semester grade up and not have to take a half credit.
So then you go back to the transcript, we're changing it, are they gonna change it on the transcript?
Yes,
Yes.
If it's getting changed in
Yes.
Schoology, then it's being directly changed.
we can change the transcript at the teacher's
Okay,
discretion.
Margo.
But
Well, sorry, Mr. Bone.
You recognized earlier that if we give only a half credit and they have to repeat semester A, they're only learning semester A's things. But if they fail semester A, then, and they pick it up semester B, that still means they didn't learn semester A, so they should repeat it. Like, if they picked it up the second half of the year, that's great. They learned the second half of the information and they master that. That still means they failed the first half of the information, so they still should relearn it. So I don't understand how them retaking semester A would be detrimental to them learning the information.
Where are we gonna put them? That is the big question. Where are we gonna put all these kids that, if we have.
And one of the things you gotta understand throughout time, those numbers you quoted is probably, Ms. Layton, those are pretty realistic seniors each year.
Yeah, that does happen
Because,
each
I
year,
mean,
and
when I
that is
taught, it was
typically
about the
what
same
we've done.
percentage each year.
If we had a student that was failing as a senior, like last year, for example, and they had a good chance of passing semester 2, but they had not passed semester 1 and there was no hope, we would actually transcript them, the half credit F, put them in credit recovery, and then let them finish out the second half in person. That's been a common practice, so this actually cleans that up. So now you don't have to make a separate class just for that kid that's a half credit. They have the same credits as everybody else. So the practice is the same, it's just the paperwork that looks different.
I guess more the concern is maybe it's for the CTE side. What do we do with the CTE kids? There's not enough electives
Right.
to effectively work out a half credit system. What do these kids do if they're required to take all these classes their senior year? They fail a semester in 1 or 2 classes. They don't have anywhere in their schedule that they can go into credit recovery. So are they going to, are we going to have to increase summer school? Or are they going to have to go after school? There's just.
That would be an option, though,
And we
Judge.
do have both of those options in place. We have after-school and summer school credit recovery available.
With the summer credit recovery last year, we had about, I don't know if Mrs. Kelly's here, I wanted to say 20 to 25 students participated, but there were certainly available slots if that's the case. And I know that's not necessarily desirable to have to go in summer credits, but on the same token, the student does have to take some responsibility in regards to knowing that they've got to do what they got to do during the course of the academic year, too.
It just feels like we didn't inform these seniors in enough time. Does that make sense? Like,
I do, I understand.
December 4th meeting and the semester ends the 12th of January. And they're told, listen, you gotta be up or you're not gonna graduate. That's kind of a quick.
At the beginning of the year, like within the first week of school, we had a meeting in our links class every day about it. We had, I know personally in my senior year links class and in everyone else's, they put up on the board and in the theater, we didn't have one yet. So Mr. Lauder just informed us that we would have a different grading scale.
We just told them it was a half credit system.
But, so that's a communication in the school, which is what Mr. Martin said. It's not that the information wasn't presented. And if kids were getting it, that's also something and somebody else wasn't. Because if the teachers were presenting to them, then,
I told them what I was told.
But-
I have a senior advisory.
and that's, I'm not trying to be critical, but we're having evidence that was presented. So, Mr. Seymour, you had your hand up, sir.
Yeah, so from the beginning of the year, we've told the students about this system. I don't think they didn't communicate as well as we could to the parents. Okay, I'll take that. Second thing, every year on May 20, have seniors who start summer school because they fail. And they have till June 30th
Right.
to get that work to be able to graduate with their class. Every year we have seniors that do that. So after school, year it up is an option, summer school. We've done it after school. We've started them in March. When we know they're gonna fail for the year, we transcript them the F so that they can get it done. This provides that option in January. And yes, if they fail, they're going to have to drop a class somewhere, because they're going to have to go into credit recovery. I mean, unless they do it after school, that is an option. We have Knights Academy through April every year, and to be realistic, 6 months, 4 months to complete a credit recovery class. I mean, so they should be able to complete it even before Knights Academy is over, if they come to Knights Academy for 4 days a week. There are options.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a virtual option for the credit recovery? So they can do it on their own? They don't need a slot in their schedule? Okay, wait, I'm getting yeses and nos.
Well, it probably depends on the class. CTE, probably not. but-
Okay.
If they're doing it virtually, they can it's usually if they're affiliated with one of the other things. So if they're in the credit recovery period, they can work on it at home anytime they want. If they're in the academy, they can work on it at home anytime they want. But there is somewhere that there's a touch point.
Right.
That they're monitoring what they're doing.
Yeah, it's not in-person teaching, it is a virtual platform, but, you know, having that touch point, having to be there,
Right,
gets them motivated to get it done.
absolutely. But, okay, and you said no when I asked that.
I don't know anything about virtual, that's why I was saying that.
But for CTE, there wouldn't be,
No,
right?
in CTE,
Right.
there's not.
Like, so core classes probably have it, but not
If they have a
CTE.
lot of classes in CTE, that typically prevents them from moving forward in CTE. That's why it's not usually a credit recovery type course.
Yeah. If I may ask, Ms. Layton, if I was a student in the first, and I apologize if I get my terminology wrong, but I have an 88, so I get a B on my transcript in that first mark. By the end of the year, my average is a 96, and so the second transcript is an A.
Yes.
Will the teacher innately say over the whole year they had an A and go back and fix the first one? Does the student have to initiate something? Is that, I mean, like, if I've earned that A for the whole year,
Right.
can you tell me what that looks like? I mean, is that automatically, are teachers going to automatically do that, or is that a student has to request it?
I
or-
would say a student would probably need to initiate that at this point, but there's no, we haven't done it yet. This is our first
Yeah.
year, but the fact is that the teacher has the ability to do it. So at this point, there's no like, this is the form you fill out or anything like that. But if it came down to that, we could always add that process in if it was necessary.
Now, guidance told us that once it's transcribed, it's transcribed. That's their first semester grade. They don't change their transcripts.
Okay.
That's,
Well, that's, I mean, I have a question on
Not
that.
accurate till June 30th.
At the end of the school.
So I think the real question is, if we're like on a semester schedule, like we're doing it a half year and a half year, and we're giving a half credit, then it's done. Like if we're giving a half credit and saying that the first half of algebra, here's your grade, and the second half of algebra, here's your grade, and you got a half credit for the first part at an A, and a half credit at a C, that's what it is. I mean, we have an appeal process for
Guys-
changing grades, but how can a teacher go in and change a semester previous when that's done?
they can.
But I understand you're saying they
Yes.
can. I'm asking what policy allows that to happen.
The teacher has the ability, I mean, a teacher can change last year's grade. Like, the transcript is not like an etched in stone thing. Like, if a teacher, like, we've had instances where a kid came in after the school year and they maybe had been sick, had an incomplete or something, and they turned something in the summertime, a big project or a paper. If they make an arrangement with that teacher has the authority as the teacher of the course to go back and change that grade, which would then be changed on the report card and the transcript. That's been the case. I mean, that's always been the case. So the teacher has the ultimate authority in the grade of the course.
But would that have to be put as an incomplete for the teacher to go change?
No.
Because personally, I don't want to go back and change.
It doesn't have to go as an incomplete, no.
That's weird.
I would say this, Mrs. Bell, I agree. Typically, if there's been circumstances that call into question the issuance of a semester grade, ideally, an incomplete would be issued. The student would then be given an opportunity to address what other deficiencies existed. Paul, that board's getting ready to go down. I would say, I would concur, what Mrs. Layton said, a teacher does have the discretion and authority to make adjustments to grades as circumstances would, if circumstances were to allow. I don't think this should be obviously a common practice, but they do have such a discretion. But to Mr. Kisner's question, no, I don't think an 8-ly, if you got an 88 and a 96, the teacher would go in there and adjust the first term. You would have a B for the first term, and you'd have an A for the second term. And that was what Mrs. Bell identified. I mean, I understand that end of it.
So I have no problem with initiation. I guess my request would be is, can we at a future board meeting, can we get this process laid out so students know their rights? Know that we can legally go back. I mean, I'm not questioning you, Ms. Layton, but just like to Mr. Tatham's point is what code allows us to do that. But laying it out that we know that we can go back and change it, that we know what the process is going to be, who has to initiate it. Like I know administrators can't go to a teacher and say change it. That I know the code prevents.
Instead of just putting this into, and we're running with it and doing it, can we sit down, get a concrete set of guidelines for it so that we can appropriately explain it to the students at the beginning of the year, that sort of thing?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I will just say, I mean, I have full faith that Ms. Layton and Mr. Seymour did not lackadaisically choose this, that whether or not we understand everything, I have full faith that they did know that this process was going to take some things. But I do think that if we had it laid out and we were able to say, here's the process, or here's what, because again, as a student, I mean, I know when I was in high school, and this has been a lot of years now, but like I had classes where I had one final paper or one final project that my teachers had told me was, 50% of the way to the grade. So I don't know how that really fits in this. And some of those are, your honors and your college courses are going to be a little bit different laid out than the normal other everyday core classes. But if we at least was able to put together a process to say, here's what a student can do if they feel like they earn an A across the year. Because I can understand a student's concerned about that blemish of a B because they had a test right before break and they were sick and da-da-da-da. But you got to earn the A. At the end of the day, it's on the student as far as accountability. I don't think we should be changing grades for any other reason than earning it. But if your average across the year out of a 100-point scale is an A.
So, but first and second semester are taught, so you don't get a year average anymore.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I also hear, if I understand Ms. Layton correctly, the teacher can say, no, this student earned the A across, and they can resolve that. And if we have a process for that, then as a student who steps up and takes and points that out and is able to prove that, I think that if we have a process for that, that's legit.
This has to be more of a, I'm sorry, Mark, you go ahead.
Clarification thing. So what I learned last week, and I'm not sure if it's true, but before we used to have that, we'd have finals at the end of the year that's 20% of our grade. So now each semester we can have a final, but it only can be 10%. So they split it essentially that instead of having a 20% final, we'll have a 10% final where your semester A will have a final that's 10% of semester A's grade. And then your grade essentially resets for semester B. So what my concern is, if a student did B level work semester A, and they got an 88, that's okay, they got an 88. The next semester, their grade reset and they got a 96. That doesn't mean that they did A level work throughout the whole year. So my worry is if we tell students that, hey, the teachers can legally change your grade if you pick it up the next semester, they'll just be like, oh, I did good this semester, I should get an A for the first one. But they did B level work, the grade reset.
I think the way I envision that, to speak to that, is that if it's not so much a matter of I got it the second half of the year as maybe I missed an assignment from semester one and I went back and completed it, or I had done something, I was like an 89.5. And then I really kicked it into gear. I mean, we're talking individual case discretionary, not just because the semester average would have, it's a matter of there's a reason for it.
Yeah, hearing that as a student, from a student perspective, I'm sure Colson can agree, is that what I'm hearing is, oh, if I was even close with a B, I should go back and change it. But that I don't think should be how school works. I mean, you get the grade for the work you did, and if the work you did was 88 level, you should get an 88.
Yeah, I don't want to set it up to where that we go at the end and then try to make a final average and then go back and change first semester grades. No, it's in case there was a reason to make the change. There needs to be a reason to make the change.
Is there
more
is
like
an
a
appeal
collegiate model.
process, right? Is there some type of form to fill out for reasoning with, I think parents should be involved. Like, this is not something that I feel like we should just be like, yes, teachers can go back and change it, because I think it is a big deal to have, like, grades that reflect students' work. Because if that is a problem that we have at high school, back before we had this credit system, it was, oh, it's fine if I get a C first semester, because I'll just pick it up, I'll do better, I'll get an A1, it'll average out to an 85. And that's not how schooling works, because if you don't learn the first semester how you should, learning the second semester's information doesn't change that I don't know the first half.
Right, and I'm not saying that it won't work. I'm just saying there was not enough information as teachers, and it's not just me. I have stuff from other teachers. I just told them
But
I would
again,
name names.
one of the things you have to, and I'm not being critical, I've been that teacher, and I didn't read everything. Okay, it's not like I'm gonna sit here and say, and that's also the problem.
Well,
So,
I had my class in the MA class until we hired an MA teacher, so I had.
I get it, I've been there as a teacher, I'm saying, I understand, but it's not that it wasn't there. And that's the part that has to be emphasized, it was there. So,
Was it there for the students to see?
it's,
Did they see that?
we have students who said it was. So that's how I'm gonna answer. So we appreciate it, Mr. Martin, we'll work on that, and we'll move on. Okay, next on the agenda, Mountaineer Country, Leave No Trace. Thank you, Ms. Bell. Okay, now, you guys have signed up, I think.
They did.
Okay, which one, so I can mark you off? What's your name?
Catherine and Stella, Catherine Carter and Stella Henley, we have some little folders of
Okay.
information for you guys.
Thank you, I'm just trying to get mine.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a grade in class, and that grade should be across the whole year. That should all be on the transcript. I completely disagree. You cannot get a B in that without grade.
We also have B's for you guys.
The class is what you,
Appreciate that.
like,
Okay.
We don't want to share. That was a joke. What's that?
They
At least
said
I
you
made
could
you
also take a look at
smile.
that book.
but I'll let you start.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. Like I said, my name's Catherine. My name's Stella. And we're with Visit Mountaineer Country Convention and Visitors Bureau, which is essentially the local tourism office, and we service Mon, Preston, and Taylor County. But we promote all of North Central West Virginia. In July of 2023, we partnered with the West Virginia Department of Education as well as the West Virginia Department of Tourism to launch a Leave No Trace program that teaches fifth grade students the principles of practicing outdoor recreation and make sure that you're protecting our outdoors while you're outside. We have completed all of it throughout Mon County currently as well as Taylor County, so we're here to ask you guys today about potentially implementing it for all fifth graders in Preston County, and Stella can tell you a little bit about what the training entails.
Yeah, so essentially, we don't want this to be something that is a burden on the teachers or the school at all. So what we have done in Mon and Taylor County is Catherine and I have reached out to the school board or the superintendent, and they said, "Sounds like a great idea." So then they forward us to the specific contact for each school's fifth grade. So we've had like a pinpoint person for each fifth grade. What we do then is we talk with them, we find a date that works, and then we come in. Normally it's like the science class or something, but one day for a class, and we teach this little presentation that we did. And in your binder, there's a couple different pieces of information, but really what we do is it's about an hour, and we have a little PowerPoint presentation where we talk about Leave No Trace, what it is, how it relates to the community, but how it relates to tourism as well. And then we play a little interactive game with them so that they can kind of instill these principles. Every student also goes away with this little lanyard. It has the principles of Leave No Trace and also ways to do it. And then we handed you guys some binders. We also leave each teacher with a binder. So if they have a free day sometime, they're able to go back and look at it. There's some games as well. But really, we thought this was super important. Obviously, West Virginia, I mean, is beautiful here. We have 4 seasons. We have waterfalls, rivers. We have everything. So we want to make sure that we're teaching our students and letting them know about their family how we can keep this land beautiful and how we can keep it looking even better for the future. So that was why we partnered with tourism. That was why we partnered with the Department of Education, because our presentation actually, there's a sheet in there, but it aligns with some of the standards for sometimes it's science, sometimes it's reading. But really, we just wanted to present this to you guys and see what you thought, and maybe if you guys would like to do it, let us know who we should talk to in each school, or any questions that you guys have.
And I've heard what was in the binder. So in the front of it, you'll find a letter from the West Virginia Department of Education as well as the West Virginia Department of Tourism that explains the benefits of doing this. Like Stella said, we really just want to ensure that our next generations of West Virginians understand how to protect the outdoors, but also the importance of the tourism industry. It's a growing industry. They're making a ton of moves in the state level to start implementing it into school education once they get to like middle school and high school. So we really want to start instilling it in 5th grade, start beginning the conversations of where you can go with the tourism jobs and opportunities. And then behind that letter, you'll find what Leave No Trace is. It explains what Leave No Trace is as well as the benefits of it and what the training entails. And then the 7 principles are behind that. And then there's a whole list that the West Virginia Department of Education put together that shows you every single way that it aligns with the 5th grade curriculum and how it can be implemented into different things that they have to learn throughout the year. So our business cards are in there as well and our visitors guides, just so you can learn a little bit about who we are. But if you guys are interested in doing it, you can just reach out to us on those emails on the business cards.
Okay. Any questions?
Is there any financial commitment to this system?
No, we cover all of it, and right now we've committed to doing it for the next few years. So we're in Mon County and Taylor County going next year as well, after we've already completed the one for this year. So once they start their new school system, we'll go in again. And all we do is provide the lanyards and the binders for the teachers.
And the students get certificates.
Yeah, and the students get certified as youth outdoor stewards through Leave No Trace, so they'll leave this training with the certificate as well that they can take with them and put on their resume or whatever else.
So I guess kind of a two-part, do you go into each specific classroom, or do you address this as an assembly style? And then the second part of that is, and I appreciate that you've aligned it with state standards and education, what kind of a time commitment does this take out of the normal education environment?
So it's really dependent on school. We're very flexible in what we can do. Stella and I are the ones teaching this right now, but we're hoping to get the West Virginia Welcome Centers involved as well as the Ascend West Virginia members. So we'll have a lot more people training, but right now we've been doing like 1 to 2 classes at a time. We can handle about 70 to 80 students right now. In Taylor County, we did do the entire 5th grade as an assembly, and they split it into 2 of them. Yeah. So they did 2 different assembly sessions, and it's an hour-long presentation. We can make it a little shorter. We've been able to do 45 minutes, but Leave No Trace requires 30 minutes to an hour for their certifications to be handed out.
So one time, 1 hour
Yep.
per presentation?
Yes, and we can do, we've gone to schools and just done the whole school in one day, or it's been at the teacher's discretion, so we've kind of just, based on school, it's been different each time. So whatever you guys, like we said, we want to make it easy on the teachers and easy on you guys, so whatever is best for you guys, we can make accommodations to help make it work.
Thank you.
I would ask, we have a principals meeting upcoming on is it the 17th, Mrs. Varner? I think this would be ideal if you could present directly to our principals. Is that something, if I could send you a date and time, would that be a possibility?
Perfect.
Because that's really the audience that you need, and we could even have discussions in terms of points of contact and how to potentially integrate at each individual school. Okay.
Do we have to approve that? I mean, is this something the principals will bring back to us on the future agenda, or just something that?
Mr. Huggins, I didn't put this on as an action
Right, that's what
item.
I'm saying. Is that what-
This is an affiliated curriculum with the West Virginia Department of
Okay, so
Education.
we don't have to-
I guess if the board could grant consent for us to proceed with our administrators, but I did not put this on as an action item.
Okay. So we actually don't have to, since it's with the Department of Ed.
There's defined curriculum, it's aligned with the
Okay.
department, unless there's any significant reservations by any of the board.
I mean,
members.
my personal opinion would be up to the 5th grade teacher. I mean, what school has the most 5th grade classes? Probably Central has 3, 4?
Central, Brewston, West.
I mean, a
would be
lot
the
of
largest
schools would be
ones.
1 class, 2
Yeah.
classes at most, so it's going to be easily
Yeah.
combined.
Yeah.
I think the
Okay.
teachers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin, just do that to principals.
Okay,
Mr.
ladies, I'll
Caitlin, I'm
follow
sorry.
up with you with the
Did you have something?
specifics and.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd just like to say you all did an excellent presentation. It was very efficient and professional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We'll be in touch.
I never want to cut
Do you need
you
the
off.
binders back?
Could I get one additional set of folder there for Mr. Zigray?
Yeah.
Thank you. And here's your binder back. Thank you, guys. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he'll get lost without it. Oh. We have one board member who's not here, so when he's not here, he gets picked on. Okay, next will be Preston County Chamber of Commerce with the CTE partnership.
You got Bobby, Kristen, and Kim.
Okay. So, Mr. Martin says that's Robbie Baylor, Christy Ash, and Kim Lister.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Robbie Taylor, I'm the Director of the Economic Development Authority in Preston County, and I've got with me Christy Ash, who's the Director of the Chamber of Commerce, and Kim Liston, who is the Community Programming Coordinator for Preston Memorial Hospital. And today we'd like to talk to you about what our organizations do, both in the community and with students, and how we can possibly help the schools with some of what's been going on in the community. So I'm going to talk first, and then Kim, and then Kristen. For the economic development, what we do is work to improve the economy of Preston County, mostly by assisting businesses. One of the first things we do is infrastructure work, which I know Ross is very familiar with. We work on broadband, we work on water and sewer, we work a little bit on roads. All of these things are things that we have to have in place to bring businesses and residents into Preston County. Once we've got infrastructure in a location, we work on business attraction, bringing new businesses to Preston County. We've been pretty successful. Our largest employer in Preston County, the federal prison, is here because of work that we've done. We've brought some manufacturers into Preston County, a lot of them located in the Brewston area. I'm sure you've seen the growth in the school systems in the Brewston area, the result of the work that we've done. After we get businesses here, our next step is to work on business retention, keeping those businesses here. And for business retention, I go out and I meet with various businesses in Preston County. And that gives me the opportunity to sit down with the businesses and say, how are things going for you? What can we do to make it better for you in Preston County? And I think that's where one of our opportunities to work with you comes in place. I've had several businesses tell me that they want to interact more with the school system. Their employees are coming straight from the school system, a lot of them. And they want the opportunity maybe to work with the students before they graduate, maybe to provide internships, maybe to do special programming, maybe to do apprenticeships. There's a lot of opportunities that I think that we can bring to the school system, and we just haven't quite been able to do that yet. And I'd really like us to work together to try to open some of those doors. And finally, one of the last things that we work on is grants. And through grants, we do water and sewer grants, we do community grants. I have good relationships with pretty much any federal organization and state organization that provides grants. I see at least once or twice a week grant publications that provide a list of grants that are available and have a deadline typically within the next 2 to 3 months. A lot of times, and right now there are 2, there are grants available that would help school systems. I don't have a contact at the school system to get that information to the right people. You know, I want to provide that information to you, but I've got to have a person. And not every grant is going to be the same person. For example, right now there's a school library grant, so that would be a librarian. There's another grant for some programming. Obviously, that would be some kind of guidance counselor, or teacher, or principal. So, you know, we'd really like to grow the relationship between our organization and the school. And the one thing I kind of like to leave you with is having a strong business base in Preston County benefits everybody. Our local businesses provide jobs. Our local employees and local businesses pay taxes, and those taxes are what support the school system. So having a good tax base, keeping the businesses whole, benefits the school system. And I'm going to turn it over to Christy.
Good morning. Morning.
As Robbie said, I'm the Executive Director of the Preston County Chamber of Commerce. I'm not real sure what you know about the Chamber, but we are a nonprofit, member-driven organization. Our main goal is to provide support to our business community. And some of the ways that we do that are by promoting our business community, offering free educational opportunities. We organize networking events, and then we advocate for our local businesses with our local government, state government, sometimes federal government. And one of the things we also do is our organization has developed some committees, and one of those is our Workforce Development Committee. And this committee is made up of local business professionals, and they all have an interest in building a stronger workforce in Preston County. So during a strategic planning meeting with this group, we met several times, hired a professional to come in and kind of get us on board where we wanted to go with this committee. And all of the members decided that we wanted to try to make that connection between our CTE students and our business community. So this is the goal for this group. And we've really been trying to make this connection, get our foot in the door. And I know with Mrs. Wilt having been ill, and that may have been some of the problem, but so we're still trying to get in. We really want to get into the CTE program and just work closely with those teachers and students and make that connection with the businesses, because we believe that the school is critical in our workforce development. So that's one thing. We also annually, the chamber does a job fair. And so we normally hold it at the community building. And for years, the seniors and the juniors, I think, would come down from the school and, go through and learn how to, fill out an application and speak to these employers and give them their resume. And so this, too, we think is a great opportunity to make that connection with these CTE students and the businesses. If we plan for this up front and make sure that we have the appropriate businesses there, local industry, that we could bring these students down and say, this is who you need to talk to, and to make that connection. So that's another aspect that we're working on. And then the Garrett County Chamber of Commerce, this isn't something that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. They are already doing this. They have a program like this. And I've met with them, and I met with a few of the members here in front of me this morning. And we talked about this, they call it a work ethic program. So in this program, it's designed to supply the county with skilled employees through the CTE program. So, this is already in place. We already have everything that we need to implement this. So I'm just asking for your help to maybe get us in the door, to meet with the right people in the CTE program so that we can work toward these efforts. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
I'm a guinea pig. These two lovely ladies are very talented in what they do. She's the great queen. She's the organizing queen. So they asked me to kind of talk about my experience with our students. And we've been partnering with the high school for beyond me. So I've been here 11 years, and Melissa thinks beyond her. So she said it could have been 20 years. But, over the time, we've changed things as we needed. We had different certifications and different experiences were needed. COVID hit, wrecked everything, so we had to regroup. So we've been a really active partner in that. I've worked with Jody, and I've worked with Amanda McCleary, all the folks that have come through. My contact has always been the instructors. They've been very easy to work with, or we've tried to fix things. They're very communicative. All those things, and we have been, and I can tell you we've had students come, because I've been here 11 years, I know a couple of our nurse practitioners came from the high school. I know Dr. McNair came from the high school. I don't know if he came to the CTE part, but I'm pretty certain the two nurses that we have did, and they were in our ER. We have students we hire right away. Melissa's begging for MAs. She's like, please tell them we get MAs. So when I train students, and training goes both ways, we have a process in place for that. So I'm super happy that as we talk about a partnership between all of us, if you want me to come in and help work with somebody on what are the things you need to help move this into other parts of the CTE program, we have an affiliation agreement, liability, we can talk about all those things, the trainings. Those students are trained on both sides of the house. So you all train them, we train them, and we work together to make that work. But they are very employable once they graduate, and we've offered some right away. And that's what I tell them when I'm training them, treat this like a job, because these are the people that could possibly hire you once you graduate the day after. and it has happened that way. So I just think this is a fantastic idea. These girls are very dedicated, and it's free help. So that's the big thing. If we can find a good way to partner together, I think we can really help kind of bridge that gap between our students and our businesses, and our businesses need our help. So very important to think about all that, so.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Go ahead with Mr. Justice.
Certainly. I know, Kim, you and I have talked, we're in process of trying to coordinate a lunch type meeting, but certainly we would be obviously very interested in developing a relationship with both the chamber and with your organization, Mrs. Bear, the Economic Development Authority. So, and obviously to continue the relationship working in conjunction with Preston Memorial and hopefully potentially other businesses. So I will, obviously after today's meeting, I'll get some communication sent out to you and we can try to get some prospective times to get together. Okay.
Thank you. And again, coming from the high school former teacher, the amount, it probably has been 20 years that's worked with the hospital at least. But that experience is beyond and what you're trying to do, and this is a great idea. So Mr. Martin will get with you and we can go, hopefully, get it going full speed. Thank you all.
Can I have a quick request? Is it possible that you could go ahead and put us on your guys' agenda where you come back to us in about 3 months and give us an update on what the progress is and if there's any holdups or hiccups, so that way we can all stay on the same loop? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCrum. Okay, thank you. And Ms. Naira Miller, I hope I pronounced the first name right. I apologize if I didn't. What's that?
Mr. President, I move we go into executive session for professional and legal.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham to go into executive session. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. It's a voice.
Yes.
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 Yes, 4-0, 11-18.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay.
Well, Angie will be in there with
Can I have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Any discussion? Hearing none, voice vote.
Yes.
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 Yes, 4-11-41. Mr. Martin, after our meeting, I'll have you follow up with Judge Schaefer concerning the legal issues and to bring back to the board recommendations, please.
Okay.
Okay, we've done recognitions. Presentations. Mr. Schmidl. Safety and security. You look like you were surprised.
I promise you I told him.
Okay. Before you even start, congratulations on the wrestling program. Nice thing happened this weekend with a young man getting his 100th win. So congratulations to you and the wrestling program.
I'm pretty excited about this year, actually. It's the team has the potential to be the best that Preston's had since the 1916, which I was almost, that's pretty exciting. So the program. Okay, so main thing, I'm just going to give a little bit of backstory of my thought process of when I took the position and where we're at right now. First thing I did when I took the position was look at the crisis plan we had in place for the entire district. Looked at what the state requires each year. I redid our crisis plan to be in conjunction with that. The second thing I looked at, we used Alice training in Mon County. We use it, glad to see that. So transitioning myself to take that position to run that as I try to move the process to get me on with that. So we finally did get that up. My plan with Alice is every year we have to do it online. So every year we pushed out the entire staff to do online. Every other year I'm planning to do in person, so get the entire staff in person, which is a little bit logistic problem to do to get the entire staff in time to do that. So getting that scheduled. So that's the plan moving forward with Alice.
Mr. Schmidl, one question that's come up before. What is the intent in terms of how to incorporate those principles to students?
So they used to have, which I like, they used to have a online, basically it was like a presentation they did for the students. They don't have the same one they used to have, but they do have something there that I can actually assign through the Alice training, through their Navigate 360. There is one that's marketed to the students, and it actually is grade specific. So the teachers have theirs, which is a couple hour long training session. The one for the students is like 10, 15 minutes just to kind of get them on board to understand what it. But a lot of that is also instruction, which is through the teacher's staff instruction goes into explaining it.
I just know that was one thing you and I have talked about, that we need to ensure that we're getting this relayed to our students. I know that's something that Mrs. Feathers has communicated before as well.
So it is part of the online that they can do, so they actually can watch presentation and what they're supposed to do.
I would like to also see that communicated to the parents, because, especially of the younger students, because, I mean, I know personally, as mine are older now, but I would quiz them on it, just to make sure that, out of my direction, that they did know what to do.
Right, and when I looked at that to get it set up, this is right before Christmas, and I got it all set up for me. That one that I'm talking about, we can actually put it onto our page. So when we can actually click that link, under the safety part, we can actually put a link in there and click it, so all the parents can watch, kind of get an idea of what Alice is and how you use that.
Thanks.
Cameras, so big thing we're doing is getting cameras in Terra and Aurora, so we're currently having quotes for that, and we're bidding April. So we're moving forward with that to get our cameras in those systems. The key cards have been upgraded all at one school. By the end of the school year, they'll all be upgraded to one system, so all the key card access to the schools will be in one system that all I control and have access to, say, who goes where. So instead of it being a bunch of different people doing it, it's one person doing that. And then lastly, kind of hard to talk about, to get into too much detail. When I did start, the other thing I looked at was, with Alice, the big problem you have with that, it's not necessarily just that, but when you have a major crisis event, getting the alerts and the information out quick to everybody has always been the major area. When we look at the mass having incidents, usually that was the hitching part, is we didn't get the information out of that place, didn't get that out. So I was looking at systems and products so that we could do that. We did purchase, and we're starting the process of training. All administration has now been trained And what I've done, it gives the school district capability to send out an alert instantaneous to everybody in that school, including law enforcement and 911, at a push of a button essentially. So we're in the process of getting that rolled out and trained on that system.
Mr. Smith, I know the concern is to demonstrate something like that, obviously, in a public meeting. Is this something where we could maybe have the board members schedule a time with you to be acclimated to the parameters of the program?
I like that. I really like to share what I've got. I really like the capabilities, everything. And obviously, the public forum, I don't want to go into all the capabilities of what this system is capable of. It's pretty impressive what it can do. And certainly, yeah, I would love to get that with you guys and share with that. And that's everything I've got.
Any questions? It's, the position you have is awful stressful because unfortunately, it seems like every time we turn on the news. So I'm glad you have something, and if you board members want to meet with him individually, you can set up a time to talk to him to get more information.
I would just encourage board members, maybe just email some dates or prospective times, and if that can incorporate in Nick's schedule, he can schedule in. I think it would be advisable for you to have an opportunity to kind of see the functionality of what he's discussing without necessarily putting all that out there.
Mr. Schmidl, just, have you had a chance to, have we put any special plans into place for our buses and for transportation, knowing that we have potential for issues there coming and going as well as just, not just in the school? So, okay.
It would actually give them the so they would be able to get that capability.
The Alice training, and, oh, you're saying that the communication device also has
Yes.
that? Okay.
And I've actually met with Steve and we've talked about doing that. There is Alice training specifically for school bus drivers.
Okay.
So that is something that I've talked to him about and assigned them so it's specific for school buses. So yeah, I have been connecting that.
Okay. Thank you.
And the other one, on the same line as Mr. Kisner, are custodians, because they're here afterwards a lot of times. Is there procedures for them as well?
Yeah, they would all be included. There is support staff stuff in there with that also. I do believe, and I have met with the custodians at the high school and talked to them about their importance in this type of things. There are instances that have been stopped because the custodians saw something and alerted and got the information out. It was actually able to stop a major hazard without any patterns at all because the custodians saw it. So I have included the custodians and got them on board.
As a head of the security, have you seen anything, or are you aware of any students you have concern about their presence in the school system?
There are flags that come up that you do hear some things. None that I would say absolutely need out that I know of, but there are some people in there that I'm keeping an eye on.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Again, thank you. We do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Paul Sutton and Miss Lynette Ryan. I don't know how.
I meant to just have Mr. Sines and Mrs. Ryan next.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Typographical, Mr. Huggins.
I apologize. So just Mr. Sines.
All right, I'm just giving you an update here on the technology side of things. So far this year, we've had 2,002 work orders coming through the technology department on it. It varies on what the issues are, whether it's dealing with order systems, or it's dealing with computers, or it's dealing with anything. Everything seems to come through our department with it. We're replacing stuff on, and we've had to replace 188 screens so far this year. Just an update on the price of screens, so you drop from $35 down to $24 at the beginning of the year. This last batch gun we were doing for $24, so that's what we're charging students on. 35 chargers, 7 keyboards, and 30 miscellaneous, whether it's a motherboard or whether they destroy the laptops with it. Projects we have come up, I'm applying for E-rate projects to replace access points over at the high school in West Preston and Aurora. Looking at replacing the routers at Bellows-Van Rollsburg, because the routers we're running right now are 12 years old, so I'm looking to replace them. It depends on what happens. We have the ability to move them to another school on future things if they are closed or kept open.
Mr. Sines, with these E-rate projects, are these projects that we'll have to front end the money and then we'll be reimbursed on the back end of the project at 80 or 90%?
They are accepted apply, E-rate, and are approved on that, this work will actually take place over the summertime, this upcoming summer with it, and we will get 80 or 85% of it back.
I wasn't sure what our current levels are, but I knew we were somewhere between 80 and 90%. So board members, federal E-rate, we get a certain allocation, and Paul, you might explain it, but you've gone to a lot of the recent trainings, but we get a certain allocation or a certain amount of money associated with each individual school that we can potentially run various E-rate projects.
Yeah, the
from.
way E-rate works, it's a 5-year budget, so it's based on your number of students you have enrolled. You get 5 years worth of funding you can spend on any amount of schools with. There's 2 years left in the cycle, and we have roughly about $730,000 that we can spend on front-loaded, and we get 80 to 85% of that back. And I've been saving money up on our different projects in summer there, so we can go ahead and start working on these projects, and that's why I'm getting these ones now. And it also includes recabling from Cat 5 to Cat 6 at Aurora and the high school on the CTE line. And like, why are you upgrading your cabling on that? Cabling needs upgraded to increase your speeds, and not only that, these ends and stuff in the cable are plastic, and they start dry rotting and things like that, and they fall apart. Like we have issues at Brewston, which is my next one, that you go to work on a jack, it just falls apart in your hand. So that's why we're looking at recabling.
And just for the board's benefit though, Mr. Sines, so we do some districts will file for Category 2 E-rate projects as an individual school district. We do our filings through the Department of Education, correct?
Well, it used to go through the Department of Education. They got us on that, but they got rid of that part of it, where we actually file as our own.
So we are now submitting individually, okay? 'Cause that's a change from my time involved.
Correct. Because the State Department got out of that, they'll guide you and help you with that, but everything's still filed in the Borough County, things like we would put all the barriers and stuff like that, to get the reimbursements with it.
And then, but there's another pot of money which is considered Category 1, and that's where we file annually for reimbursement of our internet charges that we receive anywhere from
Yeah, that's
80 to
the network and
90%.
Stuff like that, we get 90% of that back right now. That just increased last year to 90%, so we get 90% of what we spend on the bandwidth and stuff back into the county.
Which we've always said, and this is, I'm speaking to the levy initiative, our current levy and hopefully our future levy will contribute a certain amount of money to bandwidth upgrades. But this is good, this is a good investment of dollars because again, a lot of that money is actually ultimately reimbursed through the federal E-rate process. So it's a great investment of dollars because you're recouping a lot of that money over time.
Which does help out. I mean, my position itself is
Yes.
through E-rate. So what the E-rate reimbursement comes back to is what pays for my position.
And sorry to keep interjecting, I know that the board maybe has not had a lot of information on the E-rate process.
And that's very common. As Nick alluded to, with levy funds, we're looking at doing camera projects up at Terrata and Aurora. We're also looking at 3 additional cameras at West Preston, which we were needed out there. And we have things cabled up for 4 additional cameras at the high school, and we'd like to add in 6 more as we make sure we have the funding stuff for it to get 6 more cameras at the high school. Brewston, we cabling for the vape sensors at Brewston and Terrata, they've requested it. So it's mixed in with these projects as well. Card readers, we're waiting for the front door to be changed out here, so we actually have card readers here at the board office. Looking at getting a new reader out of West Fresh on the front door, because our current front door reader does not read our current cards, we're going to switch to the system, so we're processing that changed out. Also looking at tear out and making your best really more secure, that's why I'm hooking up the card reader there. And hooking up the hardware that's in the basement that was put in when the project was done, but got cut, so all the hardware there is just kind of getting the cable to activate that hardware. Looking at adding additional speaker in the auxiliary gym at the high school, it was requested, and also in the band room. We're also looking at the Rhombus audio systems for the special ed self-contained classrooms right there. We know what we want right there, now we're just locking down what exact rooms they need these in, so we can put requesting for that. And then something I'm still working on is the phone and intercom system countywide. That's a major project, it's gonna cost some money on that right there, we're trying to get different prices and stuff on that, their prices are coming down, they're coming with these huge prices, and like, that's not doable, so we're working with the companies and stuff, trying to get prices down with it. But it's something that's been requested by the schools, and the schools that do have the phone systems, intercom systems, bringing them up to modern technology, so that's just what's going on in my projects. Any questions?
You say we're rewiring to Cat 6. like, that's current generation considerably. Do you have any foreseeable what next generation's gonna be? I mean, is it going straight to fiber optic, or?
I don't think it's gonna go straight to fiber optic, even though a lot of your house and stuff's gonna be fiber. It's not gonna be fiber in buildings yet, because that's gonna be way too expensive for fiber in buildings and stuff right now. The reason you go to an upgrade to Cat 6 is you're starting to talk about 10 gig ports and stuff on switches, things like that. Cat 5 will not handle 10.
Right.
So that's why we're going with Cat 6 on that, just to handle this next influx of technology upgrades.
But all of our circuits are by way of fiber, correct?
All of our data circuits coming to school
Correct.
are fiber, all of our backrooms are fiber. It's going to be data devices on fiber. But doing the individual devices is still.
I knew fiber optic was a big jump. I just didn't know, like, I haven't heard anything, and you're far more on top of it than I am, but whether or not there is a next gen that we should be considering, rather than having to do the rewiring, nothing feasible out right now.
The individual devices are still pushing a lot on the wireless. And yes, that's what we're upgrading a lot of our access points to handle the wireless 6, generation 6 coming out. Wireless 7 will be coming out soon. But as you get the wireless out there, you're going to need more access points because you get a higher stream the closer you are to the access point. The farther we get away from it, the lower the stream goes down. So,
And besides the fact that you've only found a way to stay awake 23 out of 24 hours a day, what is your largest obstacle from a technology, or is there anything that's in your way that we can be of assistance with?
not really, like I said, the big thing is technology, we're trying to make things that work with a budget on there. And that's the biggest thing right there is how can we handle like this phone speaker intercom system. We're spending $35,000 a year on telecom lines, but the first estimate, the 2 estimates we got back was switching over to $12,000 a month. And I'm like, that's not affordable, that's $103,000.
Yeah.
And that's way over what we're currently spending, so it's trying to mix and match what you can get for the price you get it at.
Is it VoIP? Is that what they're trying to push it to? Okay.
Well, voice over IP, but through the network instead of you controlling everything, they want to be cloud-based on it.
Yeah.
Which causes some other issues. If your network's down, you lose access. So, I mean, it's up and down which way you want to go on it.
Thank you.
Because about half of our sites are VoIP now, right?
Yes. Any other questions?
Okay, as always, Mr. Sines, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Ms. Ryan, since you're not with Mr. Sines, you're on your own.
Okay, I believe at the last board meeting, you were given a copy of the most recent feat of excellence, so you should have that. Just basic update for me, because I don't have a whole lot going on, because my busy time is about to hit with testing coming up. We did our testing incentive program, and you probably saw that within the beat of excellence. We had a lot of students that were pretty excited about winning. Just to give you a basic overview, we're trying to use that program to encourage our students to demonstrate solid testing skills, good citizenship type skills, listening skills, working hard, taking their time to work through problems, those kind of things, and trying to get them excited about testing to do their best job. So they get tickets, they earn tickets from their teachers for this program, and then from those tickets, I go out to the schools. I feel like it's a road show. I do like half the county, and then the other half the county the next day. But I go out to the school, and the principal and I, we draw a grade level winner for each grade level. So K through 5, they get their name drawn, and then they get to come off to the office and take a picture, and they get a little prize of some kind. Usually they're educational prizes of some sort that we have. Then we put all the tickets together, and we do an overall grand prize winner, and they get some pretty decent prizes. And we have some really generous business donors to give us prizes, like the Launchpad Trampoline Park in Morgantown gave us a donation, and a little student up at South Preston was so excited to win that. Told me thank you about 4 or 5 times before I left, and gave me several hugs. And so never been there, and so very excited to go there. We also had like Old School Pizzeria, Melanie's Restaurant, Pinocchio's Books and Toys, the Escape Room, Stone Tower, Antiquity House, Science Unlimited, Wow Factory, Cupcake Me Home Bakery and Cafe, and I'm still looking for more because obviously I gave all those out this round. So they get some pretty decent ones. The person that got the pizza was very excited that child was taking their family out to dinner. So it's been really positive, I think, to be working for the kids, and they enjoy it. And then we also do these Kahoot Bowl challenges. And so for that,
I am online here in the board office and they join in with their teacher, their class, and they get to take, their standard Align grade, or quiz questions. And so they're able to participate in that, and they win a little prize for that too. So it's the top 3 winners for that challenge, and they're grade level specific. So that's our testing incentive program that we're running, trying to get them encouraged, and I feel like it's pretty positive. The kids seem like they're enjoying it, and the teachers are looking forward to it as well. The calendar that's in the Beat of Excellence, I keep this up to date too on the website. If you go under parents and students in our menu,
It's in your packets.
excuse me, you'll find assessment and fairs. If you go to assessments, you'll find the same calendar. So there was some new information I received from the state about Golden Horseshoes, so some dates changed, so I try to keep this up to date. That information was distributed through Ms. McDonald's communication to the principals, so we try to keep them up to date with changes for testing. So all of that is available. I also keep the report card schedule up to date on our website, and it also is under menu, parent, student, and then calendar enrollment. And that lists all the diagnostic testing that we do throughout the year. So that's another place that you or parents can check to see when diagnostic testing or state testing, when those dates are scheduled for. I think that's about it for my assessment part. As far as we have teacher training coming up, that's a yearly training that teachers have to go through to give the GSA testing as well as the SAT at the high school. This year, as I mentioned to you previously, the SAT will be digital online. And so we had kind of a trial run of that in the fall with the NMSQT, and which is the PSAT. And we really didn't have that many problems, so I think that we'll be, fingers crossed, I think we'll be good to go on this one. So right now, it's just gearing up for testing. I have to do back end stuff of making sure everybody's rostered and that kind of thing. So communications part of my job, keeping our bus list up to date and keeping our alternate route schedule up to date. Just things with the website, trying to keep things as up to date as possible and getting the communication out as needed. I work with all various directors to make sure that they're giving me the information that needs to be put up, and I try to get that information out as timely as possible when I receive it. I've been doing some interest stories too, on putting those on the website. You probably saw we've had a couple of student interest stories, and I try to share those out on social media as well. And then I'm working with the levy committee, trying to get out information in a more user-friendly format of the levy, the upcoming levy, and how current levy monies are being spent. So that's a project I'm working on now. And we didn't mention too, Mr. Sines, you might want to talk more to this than I can. The attendance calls will be starting. We worked with Girl Share, and we've got that system worked out. So with the second semester that starts on the 16th, I'm not sure we'll be ready to go then, but
We'll be close to that. You have access to the data on the period calls. It's just a matter of working with each of the schools to see what they need to go out on here. So in that data will not be going out at 6 o'clock at night. We actually have access to the live data now where we can put the call out whenever we want. Good. And that just happened on, what was that, Thursday, Friday, right?
Remember, we had a staff meeting, I said, I know who to send an email to at the State Department, and by God, in a day, it was fixed.
Friday afternoon, I actually
Yeah.
have access to that.
Thanks to Mr. Conzett at the West Virginia Department of Ed.
Probably got to place on a new look.
I have one question. So with the new digital SAT, have you been working with Knights Academy or any of the teachers that go over SAT with the new, to help students the new digital format? Because I know, as someone who comes from a family that takes the SAT very seriously and we have always practiced for it and stuff, the new format, especially with math, has been an issue. Talking to some of the math teachers that when it's online, students don't necessarily write the problem down, it seems more difficult. Has there been anything in place to kind of help students with the new format?
we discussed that. I discussed that with Ms. Furco and with Ms. Bishop, and I'm working actually on putting together a PowerPoint presentation that we can disseminate through advisory so that students get some additional testing strategies as well as an overview of this is the format what it looks like.
Yeah,
so that will be coming, as well as all of the high school advisory classes that will do a digital readiness check to make sure that the computers are ready to go.
It's definitely a different format, different testing strategy.
Right, it's
Yeah.
totally different, than having paper pencils, so we do wanna look at that. That's a great question. Yes.
Can I interrupt for just a second?
Yes, of course.
So on top of that, also, you talked to the Adventum people, and for the second half of the year, anybody that's on high school grade level or above will have access to an SAT practice course through courseware, so that they'll be able to practice. And then teachers will be informed, we just went to a training, so teachers will be getting that information within the next week as far as what it looks like, so that they can incorporate it into their instruction.
And is it high school grade level as in, it has to be ninth grade, or their specific grade level?
As in, we'll look at the scale score and anybody 9th grade or above.
Okay,
And this year we're giving the PSAT, the grades 9 and 10, that will be the data that we'll use, to drive instruction, and then grade 11 obviously always
Yeah.
takes it.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms. Harko, thank you for sharing that as well. Okay, moving on. At this time, entertain a motion for the board to approve the minutes from 12/28/23 board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Mrs. Feathers. Any corrections or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0 with one abstention.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve the minutes from the 1/3/24 special board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Any corrections or discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 4-0.
Next on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Okay, board members, there were the last 2 weeks, superintendent's updates were attached. Of course, we always have the weekly schedule. On the front page of the January 3rd, of course, Ariana Huffman, who was recognized earlier today, we're certainly, again, very proud of her accomplishments. Again, just repeat information, and it's also inclusive of Mrs. McDonald's K-8 curriculum update with a lot of pertinent information in that section. This week's update, I did want to call to attention, the PHS girls basketball team was involved, and I thought in a very nice event on Saturday, working in conjunction with Trinity High School, and of course Trinity's head coach is a Preston High School teacher, Mr. Mike Baldy. But they were able to work together for a cooperative game in which the proceeds were donated ultimately to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So certainly it's a good charitable effort by our young ladies at Preston High School. If you go through this week's schedule, of course, we have a board meeting right now. We did have to postpone the work session due to the school delay. We'll have to look at a potential rescheduled date for that. Tomorrow will be the setup for the county science fair at the Kingwood Community Building. I believe the award ceremony will be at 7 on Wednesday, and we do plan to live stream those proceedings, and I'll work in conjunction with Mrs. Ryan to get a link up and notifications so parents, people who could not be present would be able to still watch the proceedings from the science fair. Third, we also have our levy committee meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. On Thursday, I'll be meeting with faculty senate representatives. Friday, of course, we have a 2-hour early dismissal for teacher grade preparation and work time, which was inclusive in our originally submitted schedule. We are off school next Monday for the Dr. King holiday, and then we follow up with County Math Field Day. The elementary kids are typically down at Kingwood Elementary, with the middle school and high school at the Kingwood Community Building. And then our next scheduled board meeting will be at South Preston for their curriculum team and LSIC presentations. Just quickly to jump to my stuff. Oh, I've got all kinds of paperwork here. Oh, very good. course, we said our levy committee is meeting tomorrow. I know that Mr. Tatham has contacted me about arrangements to do some photo opportunities. I'm just checking on the facilities availability to make sure we don't have any scheduled events, and I should be able to get with you on that today. Mrs. Ryan, as Mrs. Ryan mentioned, we are very close to having the attendance calling system working. Like I said, now that Mr. Science has access to the pertinent data, we think we're going to be able to format and really in the manner that we had initially intended. You know, my thought process is most of our schools are submitting absences, you know, in a homeroom period where they would get a singular call saying your child was absent on said date. At the high school, the intent would be more so to be able to do a communicative call that indicates certain period absences, so to help to combat any skipping of class and things of that nature. Mrs. Miller did ask me to advise the board again of the rescheduled pre-K core team meeting, which is going to be taking place tomorrow at 1:30. Am I correct, Jana? Okay, 1:30. It'll be back in Mrs. Miller's office. We can have up to 2 board members who would like to attend this meeting if that's desired. Veritas is continuing to work at the West Preston project. Mr. Murray and I have a status meeting this week, I believe on Wednesday. Mansueto has continued to work at the high school. I believe they've gotten 5 or 6 of the units replaced on the roof project at Preston High School out of a total of 12. I believe with the impending weather, they're probably going to be off a little time till we get a longer stretch of better weather. Veritas also anticipates working on the back of the concourse. I would anticipate the status meeting that should be relayed a specific date. We've heard lots of dates. I think I'm actually going to get a finalized date on this one. I would indicate again, our next scheduled board meeting is going to be January 22nd at 6 p.m. We will need, there may be a possibility that we will have to schedule that meeting at 5 p.m. to accommodate some possible student disciplinary hearings. Mrs. Varner, do you have anything on a personnel standpoint? Okay, anything else, Mrs. Varner? Okay, board members, that's all I have at this time.
Any questions?
On the superintendent's report, and Ms. McDonald's here, so she may be better suited, but it says retention reminder, if there is any potential that you may need to retain a student this year, you must hold a SAT meeting before the end of semester 1.
That's correct.
So like, that's just
That's a policy, Baser. It states in our retention policies, we have to have a student assistance team meeting in the first semester if you're going to retain a student.
okay, so they've got to know very early that, I mean, I guess you're.
If kids experiencing academic issues, yeah, you should already be in that process here
But they can
regardless.
start the process now, and then if they decide through the year, it can be stopped at any point in time, or once it's started, it has to be.
Basically, the way
Basically, the way it works is, I think it's written in policy that way so that the parent gets enough notice that their kid is at risk, and so that they can start, adding some supports outside of school if they wish. So the policy is, we don't want, a parent finding out in April that their kid's going to be retained. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the process being started, just that if there's potential, there's a meeting held saying your student is at risk of retention because of these factors. So at that point, they would continue the SAT process like for any student. And at the end of the year, they would be able to say, we think it's in the best interest of the student to be retained, or they've done enough to be able to move on. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the process. It's just a piece that says the parent needs to be given ample notice so that they can step in and support their child with anything they would want to help avoid the retention.
And as a parent, I appreciate that, and thank you. I just was looking for.
I would say too, the screening process with the Third Grade Success Act has also kind of assisted schools knowing that's almost immediately putting those kids on the radar for an SAT meeting as well. So we really should be in a good place if there are the potential for needed retentions. That SAT process, 99% of the time should have already been started.
Yeah, yes.
If that occurs, is there a central, does somebody at central office know, could somebody say, here's how many SAT potentials we have coming?
Each principal is responsible for that process in their building. At the end of the year, they must report retentions to me. And we
Right.
collect the retention data at the end of the year, but it is up to the SAT teams at the school level to determine whether a retention will be suggested or whether it's needed or not.
Whether it's even a potential as of right now. So,
Right.
Mr. Martin-
Usually if there's any case, I mean, even last year, I got calls from 3 of our schools saying, this is our situation, this is the kid, what do you think? And they talk it through with me if there's any kind of question. Usually it's easier to make the decision for our younger students, kindergarten, first grade. But they usually call me and we talk it through whether it's the best situation or not. And then they have to report if they've decided to retain.
One other requirement, of course, is following through with the LATES retention scale as well.
Yes,
correct?
which is kind of a form to see how appropriate retention is based on a whole body of research about students that are more likely to be successful with retention, or not.
Mr. Martin, do you think that it would be a burden at your next principals meeting if we were to request those numbers from the principals just to have an idea of how many potentials are even in the system right now?
We have a principals meeting on the 17th. I can communicate that to principals to at
They
least
should have a
just at
handle
least
on
give us
that
a good
already. That should
ballpark
be
figure
easy.
as to where,
Yeah.
what they would anticipate at this time.
So however, if we could just see that to have an idea of what potentials are even out there that we're looking at, what the numbers are. I don't know if we already tracked that, if we can see an ebb and a flow, if we can see we're high, we're low, or where we're at, or whatever, but if we can look at that in some way,
Okay.
please.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. Moving on. At this time, entertain a motion for the board to approve the service personnel agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 4-0.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve the professional agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Any questions or discussion?
Mr. President, I move we go into executive session to discuss professional and legal.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Ms. Feathers, to go into executive session to discuss legal. Any comments? Hearing none, voice vote?
Yes.
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 Yes, 12:18.
Good.
You have to say after recuse myself. And then you have to leave. She actually does have to say why. She does have to say why, because of information, previous information. Would that be right?
Sure, I don't know what
I
the.
think previous, because of prior information. That way, that's which is right.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, entertain a motion to come back into open session.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Okay, this, you need to say that now.
Time is
No,
up.
we need to vote.
Okay, verbal,
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
yes. 102.
Me too.
Board President, at this time, I'm going to recuse myself for the next topic due to having prior information.
Okay, thank you.
I make a motion that we.
Wait a minute, wait,
Oh,
just be out.
yeah. I make a motion for amendment. I move that we separate the unpaid suspension from the remainder of the professional agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Mr. Kisner to remove, one more time,
The unpaid suspension.
unpaid suspension. Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, this also is a verbal vote.
Yes.
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 Okay.
This time we need to get Miss.
Need to get Ms. Feathers back.
And now Ms. Feathers comes back.
Yeah, we're voting on the regular agenda. We're voting on the remainder.
That's the next thing.
Do I need to go back on?
No.
No.
Okay, now we're back to voting on the original approving of the professional personnel agenda, which is done by computer. But we have had, I'll have to ask one more time, is there any questions or discussion on it? Okay, hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, moving on, parent notification requirements.
No.
Oh.
I have another motion, but Ms. Feathers needs to probably exclude herself.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I will recuse myself. Why?
I'm sorry, Mr. Tatham, you said you'd take me through it, I messed up.
Sorry.
Well, we separated an item. It still needs action. I have a motion that we table the removed item and until the superintendent puts it back on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, so the previous item has now been motioned for a table
The removed item,
By-
I make a motion to table it.
by Mr. Tatham, second by Mr. Kisner. Any questions or discussion? Okay, hearing none, this is also a verbal vote.
Verbal? Yes.
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 We need to get Mrs. Feathers.
Okay,
Sorry, I should not have said to bring her back in yet.
that's okay. We've never done anything like that, so we're good.
You want to talk about her one more time? We'll tell her to leave.
I'm tired, I need a nap.
Okay, and again, I apologize, I'm not the most knowledgeable, but I think we got through that correctly. So, moving on. Next on the agenda is the parent notification requirements, just as discussion, information. Mr. Martin.
Yep. Mr. Huggins, based upon the input from the last meeting, I asked Mr. Kisner to provide the unified document from the administrative. Unfortunately, I think by the timeline I got that, I don't have that uploaded, but I'm going to continue to maintain this item on the agenda as per the discussion at our last meeting. In terms of future action steps, efforts will be made to ascertain parental notification priorities through the development of a checklist embedded at the beginning of the school year. That was a suggestion that was made forth by Mrs. Feathers at the last meeting. A review of policy documents used in other districts as it relates to parental communication requirements to see if there are potential policies that could be brought before the board for their consideration. and development of school protocols related to parental communication that can again be communicated to the board. So I intend to keep this as a recurring item until we come to some action item. So that's all I have at this time.
Any questions? Okay, moving on. Next is transportation rules for board activities.
Mr. Huggins, this, of course, was on the 28th agenda. The board did approve the following motion: that Preston County Schools shall establish and present to the board for approval rules and protocols to provide student transportation according to rules established by the county board, and to provide a public expense and adequate means of transportation for all students or all school children participating in county board approved curricular and extracurricular activities. I have not pulled any policy. What I would like to do is review. We do have some transportation policies that encompass elements of what was discussed at the last meeting. So what I'd like to do is to be able to bring forth pertinent policies, whether we can adjust existing policies or need to look at the development of new policies. But I have not made any substantial, I haven't made any progress on this time based on some recent circumstances. So.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda, at this time, entertain a motion for the board to approve the submitted educational leave request.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Ms. Feathers. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 4-0.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve the out-of-state field trip for Brewston.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Any question or discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, there's nothing on the chaperone list or professional meeting. Ongoing literacy discussion, information.
Mr. Huggins, I spoke with Mrs. McDonald, and there were a couple of things we wanted to update. As part of the Science of Reading implementation plan, to have small group professional learning sessions with all K-3 teachers through school-based PLCs or professional learning communities. Those trainings began on January 2nd at West Preston and Kingwood Elementary, and all schools have been scheduled for 4 sessions to be completed between now and early April. These sessions specifically focus on the most effective instructional practices based on the science of reading and using our foundational skill scopes and sequence appropriately to ensure students' mastery of necessary skills. And if there's questions, I'm sure that Mrs. McDonald can speak to that. The other thing that we included is following our staff meeting last week, we did get together to discuss, to begin initial plans for summer school considerations. So summer school programming, our models will be very similar to last year. Summer school will run 6 weeks for K-5 students in need of intervention based on math and or reading scores. We're looking at 4 school sites, again, with busing from regional locations to all. So we will likely use similar buildings and locations that we did last year, but we will provide transportation to any school areas that aren't directly being serviced by a site. We plan to expand the program by an hour each day. That'll allow for time to focus on math and English language arts interventions. So the program is going to run 8 to 1 with instruction in the morning and activities after lunch. This is going to be, in addition to the K-5, Mrs. McDonald, we plan to put out interest level surveys for potential, like I would say, exploratory type programs for middle school students. I mean, it could be anything from rocketry to just whatever interest is garnered by our middle school students, but we'll plan to put out a variety of potential sessions to just see where the interest level is. The location of those camps will be very much driven by this. Like, if we saw strong interest for a camp at Brewston, then we would likely locate the camp at the Brewston area. But I just wanted to update on the board's efforts. The K-5 sessions, we do not anticipate using any substantial technology, with maybe the exception, they might have to take like the baseline iReady testing maybe to get a before and after view, but it would be very limited in regards to technology usage. Now, obviously, the high school credit recovery would require the students to be on the computers because that's going to be the format they'd be using for the credit recovery services. But I just wanted to update the board as to some of the current measures as it relate to the ongoing literacy discussion. And I'll take any questions or.
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Sure.
There's been a couple checks, I think the December 28th and then the month before for A-plus literacy consultants, I believe. Can you just update us on, it was one I'd emailed you about on a previous email, but A-plus literacy consultants, I think was the name. They were $10,000 each, October, November, December, I believe. Is that for training? Do you remember what it's for?
That's for the small group instruction training that we've had. This is the last cohort, so teachers have been going through this training for 3 groups of teachers now, and we're in the last group, cohort 3.
Okay. Is that for like Jan Richardson? I'm back on the Jan Richardson thing.
Yes.
I'm just warning you.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's the Jan Richardson lesson plan, but she also does, she's also trained in science of reading and is also giving best practices in science of reading.
Yeah, my concern is, and I've spoken to you several times about it, but I'm just concerned about Jan Richardson because I know there's some people that says that she's aligned with science of reading, and there's a whole other camp that says she's not. I mean, if you Google Jan Richardson and say, does it align with science of reading, a lot of comments pop up that it's not, that it's the old way repackaged as the new thing. So I have a concern that it looks like we've spent at least $30,000 training on this. What other training and how much are we spending for like harder core science of reading, if that makes sense?
Yeah, so I've met with her specifically and gone through the pieces of our training from the State Department on the science of reading, ensuring that everything she's giving our teachers aligns with that. So nothing that she's giving our teachers is against science of reading principles that we've been trained on. So right now where we are is the state has given us the trainings they want us to put all of our teachers through as far as science of reading. So that's what we're working on now. And of course, that doesn't cost us anything because we're being given those training sessions by the State Department. And those are required for our teachers. So that's where we are now. We have spent a great deal of money on decodables to pad the decodable resources that we have for our younger students, which is a huge part of science of reading. I can get you exact figures if you'd like.
Yeah, I would like to see. I mean, because Jan Richardson's more leveled reading, which is kind of the opposite of decodables, right? Is that, I know I'm oversimplifying it, but they're kind of.
I mean, she's an independent trainer who trains in a lot of Jan Richardson's work, but she's an independent reading expert. So she's not just teaching she's not like training out of a Jan Richardson book. It's not like if we brought HMH in and they just train on HMH products. She's a reading expert outside with background from a variety of different places. So that helps us make sure that what she's doing is science of reading appropriate.
Okay. For this $30-some thousand we've spent on training, if there's a printed version of that, a synopsis, the criteria, et cetera, if that was submitted to the Department of Education, the State Department of Education, would they be supportive of it?
I believe so, and I have been in conversation with our representative from the State Department who's helping us with implementation, and I've also asked questions to clarify things that have come up with Christy Schwartz, who's one of the science of reading specialists at the state level, and everything that I've given her has been approved and fine the way we're doing it.
Okay, and then one last question. Are we taking advantage of every opportunity of free training from the state for science of reading?
They don't have their asynchronous course ready yet, and the second they do, that will be going out to all of our teachers. So my plan for the state department's science of reading training is to give teachers 3 different options to receive that training. So number 1 would be to complete an online asynchronous course. Number 2 would be to come do the sessions in the summer when we don't have to worry about substitutes and things like that. And number 3 would be to go to the actual Invest conference that the state puts on, so that by the end, all of our K-3 teachers will have had that same content in one of those 3 methods. But right now, their asynchronous class isn't ready. So what I'm doing right now is pulling out bits and pieces that are very quick to put in that curriculum update, but the full training course, as soon as they have an asynchronous package that I can share with our teachers, it will be going out, and we'll provide a stipend for teachers to complete that. If they want to start now, they absolutely can. I think my goal will be to have everybody trained by January of next year. That gives me the opportunity to use the summer, and then any new teachers we bring on, we'll have a semester to get the asynchronous course done, so that everybody's been through it about January.
Okay. And of course, last year, we had 9 of our 10 schools sent complete teams to the Invest conference, which would have been the same type of training.
This year, and this year, it's like a 2-part conference, so they're giving the same training that they started with, their initial things, but they're also adding like level 2, so the teachers that went last year can go back and get the level 2 of the training, like the next piece is the next more complex thing. So we'll just have to prioritize when it's time to pick teams, who we're sending, because last year we had a lot of interest. The state only gives us so many spots, so that'll be something we have to look at, but we'll make sure that we offer, I want to offer, even if you can't go to Invest, I want to offer in-person training, because a lot of our teachers prefer that to an asynchronous class. So I want to make sure that even if they can't get to Invest, we'll still have an in-person option, and then also the asynchronous teachers like to do it on their own time, so we'll give them several options.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Okay.
So we're doing like a lot of training of all different kinds throughout the system, especially this year. I feel like it's become more prominent. Like, what do we know the benefits of it? Has there been like shown growth in each of the like in the teachers' classrooms where they had training? Is there more growth in teachers' classroom where there wasn't training? Like, I feel like we're spending a lot of money and a lot of resources on this, and if it is beneficial, then we should. But it feels like $30,000 seems like a lot for something that we may not have a lot of evidence on. So is there some based evidence on if this is helpful and beneficial and relevant for the students and for teachers?
Yeah, so the training that we're talking about, it has shown improved scores within our county, but it's also research backed. We're kind of, like with the teachers we're working with now, of course, we won't see like major results until they've gone through the whole cohort of training and start a fresh school year with all the principals in a full school year. But yes, and it depends on what we're talking about, how easy it is to look at the data. The State Department put out, with all of this new science of reading training, we had a pre-test for all the teachers in our county, and then we'll have a post-test, so we'll actually be able to see knowledge-wise if the trainings have helped. That's not student data, but that'll say at the beginning, our teachers answered, 7 out of 20 questions correctly, talking about the science of reading research. And hopefully at the end, they'll be able to answer, on an average of 18 out of 20 questions correctly and be more sound in their knowledge. So we do have systems set up to measure whether what we're doing is successful or not.
And also, like, follow up, since we're spending like a lot of time, which I think is good, on getting that all set up now, is it possible that these teachers could help train the next set of teachers so we don't have to keep bringing in the same people and spending $30,000 or more every year on something some teachers already know? Is there some way to get teachers certified to help other teachers within our county?
Yeah, that's a great question. This will be our last year with this particular consultant. Our coaches have been spending a good deal of time with her to make sure that they can answer all the questions when she's gone to continue this work. So we are also training, this will probably be a summer project. I don't think we're gonna get this done before the end of the school year, but we have, all principals have named experts in their building that will get deeper training on all of the science of reading so that they can be what we're calling them in-house experts, so that teachers in the building can go to them with questions so that we can do a lot more in-house. But this particular training with A+ literacy, our coaches have attended a lot of that so that they will be fully equipped to continue answering questions and helping teachers implement the practices from the training.
Good questions. Thank you, Marty.
Any other questions? Okay. Moving on. Mr. Martin, this is the possible research study with WVU audiology.
Yes, Mr. Huggins, this item was placed on the agenda through question, Mr. Kisner. I emailed a representative from the WVU's Department of Audiology. I've attached that email. I have not heard back yet. I'm going to just try to also make some calls to see if I get someone to follow up, but I have not received a written response yet to the email in regards to our discussion at the last meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next is an information levy check report. Any questions or comments on it? Okay, hearing none. Recommend, next on the agenda is an action discussion information. Entertain a motion for the board to approve the following submitted contracts, expenditures, items A through K for the 23-24 school year.
And Mr. Huggins, again, this was placed on the agenda based upon the conversation at the last board meeting. In terms of seeking compliance with policy 8200, in which the board must approve all expenditures in excess of $100,000. In response, I had requested Mrs. Kerstetter to run a report indicating all said expenditures, which is the first item there, the purchase chart, 100K and higher, within your packets. So that chart will actually, let me see if I can pull that up. So that's going to identify the associated purchase number, the date, the description, the unit cost, the vendor number, the vendor name, and then off is I've uploaded requested documentation. As per the discussion at the last meeting, specifically what was brought up was a particular a set of 2 checks or expenditures related to International Center for I always lose the ICLE. I've included the contract for said document in addition to often when you're making expenditures of this nature, vendors are often able to provide what's called a single source letter, which indicates that they're offering certain expertise or there are certain programming that they have proprietary rights to that allow us, because I think one of the questions was for example, an RFP to be the provision of an RFP. So on that particular, I believe we have a single source letter from, I need to pull that out. But what I've tried to do is, irregardless, is just look at collectively of any expenditure totaling $100,000 in excess, provide documentation, whether it's the existing purchase order, contract. I mean, some of these we would not have a contract on. Electricity service, for example, was one of them with Mom Power. They are our power provider. We typically will do a large lump sum purchase order and then pay that down from that fund. But as per as I understood what was requested of me last time, is that the board desired a compilation of all expenditures over $100,000. It is understood that moving forward, this will be a process. I mean, I would envision that this will be an agenda item that I will place on each agenda. In my observations, and this is, I understand that this is by code is required and it certainly will be done as such. In my observation though, for example, like I looked at ICLE, I've looked at contracts over the last several years prior to my time in this capacity. They had not been brought before the board or approved at this level or higher. I'm not saying right or wrong, but I want to make sure moving forward that doesn't occur.
Well, we don't have a motion actually to get into discussion.
It's action discussion information.
Well, so is the intent that we're going to, as it is, to approve all these as one lump sum? If that's the case, I want to make a motion that we separate so that we can actually have discussion about these, because you have several contracts here totaling multiple millions of dollars that I think that we can spend a little bit of time, because you're giving a lot of information and I have questions about all of these.
Okay.
So are we making a motion to approve?
So let's go back and go to the formal, then let's go back to the beginning. Entertain a motion for the board to approve the following submitted contracts. Items A.
I make that
We need
motion.
that part first, then you can break it apart, because that's what's on the agenda.
I move that.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Ms. Feathers. Questions and discussion now.
I have a motion for amendment. I'm sorry, we got to
No, you'd
Okay.
have to do, now the question is, do you have to do an amendment, or we just go down through them, each one?
Well, if you want to discuss them and vote on them all as one, you can just do the discussion of each one and then vote on them as one. If you want the vote to be separate per an item, you need to amend the motion to pull out whichever ones
Yeah.
as a separate.
Some of them are going to be easy votes. I mean, going to be easy, like electricity, frontier, the food stuff. Those are going to be easy. There's some of them, I'm just going to tell you right now, I have extensive questions on. I think that's reasonable. So I make a motion that that the contract items be separated and discussed and acted upon individually.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second to do an amendment. This is a voice vote too.
Well,
Discussion.
We should have discussion.
no, I'm sorry. I mean, I seconded that, but you got to put it in a format that we're amending the motion.
I move that we amend the motion to separate the contract items and discuss them and act upon them individually.
Second.
Okay.
So my discussion is that some of them are easy, some of them I have extensive questions on. So I think it'd be worthwhile to put the focus of discussion on a per contract basis.
No, I understand your point. I'm just trying to think of it parliamentary-wise, how we're going to process it.
Yeah, me too.
I think the simplest thing in my mind is that I would recommend that we just rescind both motions and then make a motion on an item-by-item basis. I don't know of an easy way to format this.
I mean, that's acceptable.
I think that may be, sorry,
Could we have discussion and then at the end of the discussion decide which ones to pull out?
from a parliamentary perspective, you never have to have the motion to do the discussion. We historically have practiced that since I've been on this
Yeah,
board, but
which
it
is
is
what
not generally I mean, I think, like the ones that he was saying was very simple. We could make one motion, just say, we would like to pass A, C, F, to move those quick ones. The utilities ones that there's probably not much discussion on, things like that. But I think the simplest thing would probably be to do a rescindment and just go item by item, or, group together whichever ones you don't have discussion. And if anybody wants to separate them from that point, other people can separate them, but.
Okay. So how, you want to make those motions to rescind those two?
Well, you made the motion, so I think, I don't know that I've ever put the official verbiage.
Nobody
into
took a vote on it, so
What's that?
I don't think there was ever a vote
There's
taken
not
on
a
any of the
vote, so
motions.
I'm looking at my two parliamentarian people because I don't know that answer.
Well, and that's, yeah, we could vote it all by note. I think if you would just say, I rescind my motion, that
I move to rescind the motion to separate out.
all motions, both.
Motion to rescind both motions regarding this matter.
Yeah. Second.
Now what?
Vote.
Voice vote on that.
Now voice vote?
Yes.
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 Guess yes.
Sorry, Mr. Martin. I
Okay.
can imagine trying to document this.
So I make a motion that we consider item A, Mon Power Electricity,
For approval.
for approval.
Second.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Okay, this is going to be verbal votes too on each of these.
I mean, this is pretty straightforward, but this is a purchase order that we're looking at and not a contract. I understand probably electricity is billed on the invoice and you don't have a contract, right?
Yeah, actually, utilities, we don't have to have a purchase order at all. We do just encumber the funding that we expect to use.
I think you've given us,
This is the amount that we have spent, will spend, which is just a.
I think you actually gave us previous purchase orders back
I
in
gave
the
a blank, I
year.
gave a blanket.
Those, that and room were also, were both in your purchase orders.
Yeah. That's all the discussion I have on that one.
Okay, so then call for the vote. It'll have to be voice.
Hold
vote.
on, motion, it was a motion for item A for approval. That was by Mr. Tatham, seconded by who?
Me.
Mr.
Okay.
Kissel.
I've got it, Mr. Huggins.
Okay, voice vote?
Yes.
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 Yes. Item B. Oh, shoot.
Well, whatever item.
That's why I'm just going down through the items, which is what you said.
Are you making the motion, or do you want
No,
something? I make a motion that we approve item B, State Board of Risk Liability Insurance.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second for Brim.
Again, it's a purchase order, it's not a contract. I don't know if they've provided us with a contract.
That is based on estimates of what we should spend throughout the year, but BRIM is the state insurance company that we use for liability.
So we have no other choice. We have no other choice but them.
Right.
I don't know if any county goes on.
I don't think you're allowed.
I
I
don't think
think.
we're allowed to. There might be some options for primary liability property.
So I call for the vote.
No.
You told me to go at it. Let's get her done on these.
Mr. Tatum's called for the vote. Voice vote?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next, item C.
Okay, I make a motion that we have approval and discussion on item C, ICLE.
Second.
Okay, now it's discussion.
Okay.
Wait a minute, a motion by Mr. Tatum, second by Mr. Kisner. Sorry.
Okay, so this one I have a lot more questions on. So you're saying it's a sole source vendor. Is that third page of their agreement?
Yes.
And so exactly what does that mean? Are they saying that they are the sole source because they're giving us copyrighted material and that there's no other vendors out there at all that do professional development? What does that mean exactly?
I would say a couple things with ICLE is ICLE was a partner back several years and was involved in a strategic plan running through the 2026 school year. Many of the initiatives that are encompassed in the training were inclusive in that plan. On the previous board, I believe Mrs. Dreisbach actually served as the board representative in the development of that plan. Obviously, it laid out almost a pathway for professional development. Elements that were targeted for through this process were, for example, administrative coaching, the rigorous curriculum development process in which we're working with the teachers. And of course, the board was supplied with a presentation of earlier in the year in regards to where we had a team of teachers that came in with Mrs. McDonald that spoke to the processes of their work with Mrs. Cagle during the rigorous curriculum design sessions this summer. I think that was the session in which Mrs. Hogue and Mrs. Trying to think who all was here, Katie. It was sure. But that was a portion of that funding. Of course, our administrators they have assigned coaches that are meeting with them on regularly scheduled intervals, obviously to work on elements of improved leadership, instructional leadership within their buildings. So, the contract itself tries to give you a general parameter. We also had ICLA representatives that assisted in the training sessions at our Summer Administrative Academy. And they've also been working with our academic coaches in regards to kind of what Mrs. Sabone mentioned earlier, a train-the-trainer model, where they're working with our academic coaches so that some of the work that we're enacting this year can be carried on in future years. Our ability to work with ICLE has been very much tied to the fact that we have our ESSER monies that when we strategically, we had to submit a plan to the state as to how those ESSER monies would be spent. And one element where it was encompassed was many of the things that are inclusive within this contract. So I was just trying to speak to the fact, but in terms of the single source, there are things in terms of rigorous curriculum design. I believe the author is associated with, it's Kyra Donovan, who is tied in with HMH. So we can't, if we're working with rigorous curriculum design, we can't necessarily jump to another vendor to do that. So that's why in this instance, they supplied the letter to say, we are the only vendor that can really supply this. They were a selected vendor because we've had a long-term relationship working in conjunction with the ICLE that was tied back to our efforts back, and it was about, when was that? Brenda, can you speak to the strategic planning? That was completed. So it was 2019, and then I believe it was ultimately reported to the board back in May of 2020, I believe.
I think that sounds right. I don't remember, I think it went into 21, because I'm thinking COVID, like, I feel like it was.
Yeah, because Miss,
Hold on, let me pull.
Looking back, and when we started meeting on all those team meetings.
I have that written down someplace,
I
but
think it was 21.
I don't know, wait a second, I'm sorry.
yeah, because that's what Ms. Dreisbach represented.
And so did the board vote to approve this strategic plan, or was it just informed?
No, voted,
They voted to?
Yes.
And this was part of it?
yes.
Just, it laid out a long-term plan of work through 2026 with ICLA. Now, quite frankly, we would have to ascertain in years moving forward, do we have the potential funding to do that? Because, ESSER monies will not be a possibility beyond this next, obviously, September, any ESSER monies have to be liquidated by September of '24.
But that strategic plan doesn't lock us into that we have to spend money with them, because we can't do that.
No, but I think it's the fact that we were involved and we've kind of continued that work in line with that.
Well, I mean,
plan,
by
Mr.
you
Tate.
providing the single source document, that removes the need for bidding it and removes the need for creating an RFP by the
Right.
legal requirement. I mean,
Correct.
personally, I feel like we should be talking to other vendors just to see if we're getting a good deal, et cetera. But at least you've, in my opinion, fulfilled the requirement of bidding. However, there's still the requirement that anything over $100,000, and the board has all been trained on this, this is a $300,000 contract, has to come to the board for approval.
Yes.
And I understand in the past it hasn't been done, but I think you understand that.
I do.
At least for me as one board member, I'm interested in this, and whenever I hear RCDs, my antennas go up, and that's very much what this organization is all about. How come it wasn't brought to us? I mean, this was from March of last year. It was well after.
I'm going to be honest with Mr. Tate. I mean, it's no excuse for it. It's in policy. I should have done it. But I literally was following practice that I had observed over the last several years.
Okay. I mean,
contracts of this nature, I mean, if you look historically, they just haven't been approved. The things on the chart that you can see, those were things that were brought forth. It's been more so construction projects that require multiple bids, all of those types of things have been brought before.
But going forward, we won't have that same issue?
But it's been more customary, it's just how that's been done. And I'm not saying, I understand, a few things we've tried to put in place is within the purchase order, the purchase order process, they have to go through a number of layers to be approved. There's now a stop point with myself and Mrs. Sheets. So if you look at the very last item on the chart, that was one that just came in the other day, and I went ahead and added it to this because we stopped at that point. It has not become a purchase order because I want to try to demonstrate how this process would enact moving forward is we're just going to have that mechanism that anything over that fiscal threshold will get stopped, which is just kind of an automatic notification that will need to be brought before the board for consideration before we would progress into a contract or even getting a purchase order approved.
Okay, so we'll get to that one, I guess, when we get down there. But on the contract here, you or somebody checked that no PO is required. Based on my reading of the code, and I know a PO was required because the POs, but here on the contract, on the back page, it says no PO required. Why would that be checked since a PO is required by state law?
I think it's probably in the timeline it's established. We often will establish contracts in one fiscal year, knowing that it's going to bounce into the next fiscal year. But ultimately, any contracts of these nature, we do ultimately do a purchase order. So, I mean, any of these that are in question, we have an associated purchase order with the exception of the one that we haven't started yet.
Okay. And then another issue with this, if you read the terms and conditions of this contract that's available at the website, it has a cancellation fee. So if we cancel with ICLE that is less than 30 days, we have to pay 50%, and if we cancel later on, we have to pay up to 100%. According to state law, you're not allowed to have cancellation fees. I believe that'd be policy section 12.4.
Yeah, there has to be a certain level of notification, I think, that in any contract, like an exit clause, where we could exit, they could exit, but there can be a certain time parameter, I believe, that's enacted with that.
So what does that mean? Like,
The contract has to have a potential exit clause. I can inquire in terms of any cancellation fee and.
I mean, I
So
personally-
if we need to get an amended contract to that verbiage to be in line with.
well, I don't like to be tied into something that they are saying that we can't cancel when the state says that you can't do that, and we've never approved this.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't,
I mean, I can reach out to
Work
the
well
vendor
with
to
me.
see if we could get an amended contract that's adverse or wouldn't be inclusive of that language.
okay. Having the sole source is a big thing, and having your word that if it's contracts over 100,000, we'll approve, goes a long way with.
Oh, I think I totally understand that this is required and we'll do it that way.
Okay.
But and this isn't to speak ill of any previous boards, any previous administrations.
Yeah.
It just didn't happen. Now, I would attribute some of that, when the district was under state takeover, quite frankly, very little to any of this would have ever been brought to the board. It was a different circumstance,
Yeah.
different time.
I understand, but
And we're
300.
and we're in a different place.
And $300,000 is a lot of
It
money.
is.
I mean, especially when we're not spending $300,000 on math textbooks and that kind of stuff. I mean,
In terms of, though, the ESSER monies, in terms of how they were budgeted and approved by the state, I couldn't just pull that money. I mean, it was designed for professional development. I can't pull it from there to buy books.
yeah.
Mrs. Layton, am I correct in that assessment?
Yeah, there are certain, what that would mean is we have to meet a specific minimum cost center, and that helps meet that cost center. There's a lot of ways to do it, but you can't buy, adopted textbooks with federal money.
I understand. I mean, I'm just going back to, I know we've changed our language regarding RCDs, that they're not curriculum now, they're pacing guides, et cetera. But the very first work sessions that we had, RCDs was curriculum, and that's what teachers were using. And we have math classes throughout the county that don't have textbooks because teachers are using RCDs that are based on worksheets. And this is the organization that we're spending $300,000 on that's giving us the RCDs. So to me, it needs to be looked at extensively. And I think that if our strategic plan has it, and if the ESSER money is running out, maybe it'll be a moot point that we won't be renewing this. But I think we need to be very frugal and prudent with our dollars.
Understood.
Because I think our students here would say that they would prefer to have textbooks and teachers being trained on that than having RCDs. But thank you for
Sure.
for tidying that up.
Yep.
Okay, anything else? Okay, call for the vote. Voice. Mr. Tatum?
Yes.
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 Yes, 4-0. D.
Okay.
Ah, shoot, I did it again.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve and discuss the contract for Edmentum virtual education.
Just-
Second.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's been motion by Mr. Tatum, second by Ms. Feathers to approve ad minimum.
Just D.
Yes, it's letter D.
Okay. So for this one of my major concerns is that on the invoice, like towards the end of the document, it has for school year 2024, 2025, that, and this check is also on the check register to be paid today. So it's $220,000. 150 of that is for a future school year and a future budget that we have not approved. How are we spending money that's not in the current year's budget?
This would be considered ESSER-based monies, I believe. What's that? And I guess the only thing I would say is by initiating payment at this timeline, it would allow us to actually incorporate these funds. But the check itself, and Katrina, you correct me if I'm wrong, the check itself, are we able to cut this in advance in this manner or no?
It's on the check register.
I wasn't aware that it was 2025.
That's what the contract says.
Unless it's 2 school years at the end of it, I mean, it's not.
No, it's the remainder of this school year, which
then
goes
that-
through 6/30/2024, which according to law, that money's probably been budgeted and we can encumber it. But I don't know how we can encumber next year's money when the board hasn't approved that budget for that money to
Well,
be
and
encumbered.
I can reach out to admin, and if this item in particular, if we need to remove the consideration for the previous year. and-
For the future year.
For the future, that's what I'm saying, for the future year, this may be one that we may want to table and address and not cut the check yet
Okay, and to further that same point, if you look to the last page on the actual invoice, it says prepay, 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 prepay. And for my reading of the policy, we're not allowed to prepay. I don't know if that's just for services.
Software is different because you have to, like, it's software.
Uh-huh.
So you have to pay for the year.
But can we prepay for a whole nother year in advance?
You pay for the year either way because ESSER runs out.
Okay, so this,
Yeah, it comes up in July.
So we could initiate payment on this in July legally?
Yes.
Okay.
For next, yeah.
Okay,
but as it stands, so that means the check register needs to be changed too.
sure.
It may just be what's written on it. It may not be, is that what the invoice says?
That's what your invoice says, and it's what your purchase
Well,
order
the
says.
prepay items, I'll say 12/21/23 through 12/20/24, right?
Yeah, they do that from the
So the
invoice.
dates on the prepay items are all saying 23 to 24. Now, again,
But your
the total amount there still comes to the 220, which at the top, 70,000 is allocated for current year and 150 is allocated for 24-25 year. So I don't know how the ad minimum contract, I mean, the
You're-
way this appears is 150 of this 220 is a prepay for a 24-25 year, but the way that the prepay section is written is as if it covers December 23 through December of 24.
Your purchase order has it broken out into this current school year and the future school year, which I don't think that's allowed. Another issue with the contract is, I think they have the same thing, that this agreement is non-cancelable. How do you, there's no terms of when you can cancel it, it says it's non-cancelable. So they're trying to get us pay a year and a half in advance, and we can't cancel it and get a refund. In addition to that, you have a signature on it where that person has signed that they're authorized to do that based on bid thresholds or even spending thresholds. I don't think that that person has the threshold to spend
Yeah.
that amount of money.
Mr. Tatham, what I think we need to address is I need to reach out to Admin to look at an adjustment to the contract that would be, much as we do with the other one, with a exit clause that's inclusive, and obviously address that only current year expenditure can be addressed at this time. So my suggestion to the board would be the consideration of tabling this item while this is sought.
And then also we need to address the authorization. The person is not authorized to spend that much.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a clarification question. So is this item to renew and then come for the next school year is what I'm hearing?
Admin there are a variety of products, but primarily with Admin, it's our virtual platform and our credit recovery
But
platform.
included in this, would it be what was supposed to be a work session this morning that? It's a different thing?
If you have a purchase order, it's a different contract.
And we haven't decided on that, right?
I've not seen that contract.
But this particular contract only addresses purchase.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I know it's not on the agenda, but is Exact Path ad minimum, is it over $100,000 for a year? Huh? It's not? Okay, so then that may not come before us.
Okay, so, Mr. President, I move that we motion, or that we table this item until the next board meeting. Would that suffice time-wise, Mr. Martin? Table this item until the next board meeting. I mean, was that everything, Mr. Tatham?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, so item D has been a motion to table by Mr. Kisner. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Feathers. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none. Call for the vote. Voice again?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Next is letter E, Guardian Food.
I didn't have any.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Gordon Food.
Okay. So I make a motion that we approve item E and have discussion for Gordon Food Service.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Ms. Feathers. Now discussion.
I really didn't have any questions on this one. It's for a consumable supply, so I don't know if it even needs to come to us. I might be wrong on that.
I'm bringing them all to you. I'm bringing them all.
I mean, it's something, I'm assuming it's all stuff that gets used up, and there's nothing left over, so I don't think it needs to come to us, and it's a part of a co-op consortium, so therefore.
That was one thing I was going to mention. In my discussions with Mrs. Durr, this is bid out amongst the cooperative, which is inclusive of a large number of counties, but I would just rather get in the habit of that we'll annually
That's great,
request
yeah.
permission
I mean,
for that.
This
so.
one was nice and tidy.
Yep.
Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. Again, voice.
Yes.
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 Yes. Next, item F, Huffman Corporation, PHS gym bleachers.
Okay, now this work has not been completed thus
You
far.
wanna have a motion first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I move that we approve item F, Huffman Companies contract.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Ms. Feathers to approve the Huffman Corporation bleacher replacement. Any discussion or questions?
Should this have gone, or did it go out to bid?
This is actually being purchased through a cooperative purchasing agreement, which allows us to make that purchase in lieu of formal bids. I think if you actually look on the, let's see if I can pull that up. I believe the end, or the quote indicates, where is it? The Sourcewell National contract ID number 100814-HS. So we actually can purchase from that pricing, but this price actually came in below the losing my head here. The volume, I'm just trying to think of the wordage I'm looking for. I'm having enough sleep. The cooperative, or not cooperative, the cooperative purchasing arrangement, the bid for that Huffman has put in is actually below the source point of what's already been pre-bid. They're one of the few providers around as well, but the Sourcewell National contract is what is allowing us to make this purchase without multiple bids based upon the fiscal thresholds. And with this, I do want to call to the board's attention, as you can see here, right now, based upon the parameters of this project, we are looking at replacement of the bleachers in only the lower sections. We feel that the amount of usage that we're seeing in the upper sections, that typically we're pulling out those upper bleachers for just really, really big events. They're often pushed back, and we just felt like the additional monies to replace the top as well was an awful lot to absorb at one time. So, okay. There's other questions about that, Mr. Huckabee.
Anything else?
Just out of curiosity, and maybe, again, minor thing, but it's going to Aurora, the bleachers are for Preston, but the address on it is to Mr. Murray in Aurora. Again, minor thing, but it just didn't, I didn't understand.
We get that correct. It is definitely for the, probably they have done work at Aurora, for example, on some other project, and it was just an error when they created the invoicing.
Yeah, just an oddity.
Yep.
Okay, anything else? Hearing none, call for the vote. Voice again.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, that's item F. Next is item G, Stuck Enterprises, fuel bid.
I make a motion that we approve item G, Stock Enterprises fuel bid.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Ms. Feathers. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
I'm assuming this went out to bid. Was this a low cost?
Yes, this was actually the only bidder. This was the only bidder on the project, or for our fuel bid.
Just for housekeeping, I mean, is that documented anywhere that they were the only bidder?
Mr. Plum, I can check with Mr. Plum, but
He usually brings them in and
Yeah.
shows us in, that's,
I know in the past we've seen them come through. I don't know if this is one of them or not, but if it was the only bidder, going forward, it'd be nice if you just put a note on there, said the
Sure.
only bid and initialed it and dated
he
it.
he verbally, I'll see if he's got anything in written record, but he verbally indicated they were the single bidder for the project.
Okay, thank you.
okay, you almost were too late. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes, 4-0. Item H, Curriculum Associates.
I make a motion that we approve item H, Curriculum Associates.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Ms. Feathers. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. Oh, voice.
Yeah, I'm still looking at it. Yes.
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 Yes. That's item H. Item I, Frontier Internet Services.
I make a motion that we approve item I, Frontier Internet Services.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tatham and second by Ms. Feathers. Any questions or comments?
I mean, this is probably a non-issue, but it has a 3-year period on the contract? Is that,
We're required to by E-rate. You can go,
Contracts are set up, especially with this type of thing, bid out for years, but they're individually 1 year contracts.
okay.
we're required,
So it's a price
Price for 3
guarantee?
years, 1 year, same.
Okay, that's cool.
yeah,
That's a lot of things.
Yeah, Mr. Sines and I could speak to this. Through the E-rate process, when this was established, we have to put out a Form 470, which is a call for bids. And it is required to be posted in the USAC portal, which is the federal database, for 28 days. At the end of that 28 days, we have to review any proposals with a predefined rubric and determine the winning bid. In this instance, I believe at this point, and we were speaking about other bidders, Paul, is my recollection, Segra Communications was the only other bidder to the project, and they were at a higher price point, and we had also had no pre-established relationship in working with Segra. So Frontier was selected. Now, we are required, now Frontier, if you read that, from my understanding, I believe they do define an exit process from the agreement, which is obviously lacking in some of the others. But also, you can go 3 years on this, and then we could choose to exercise 2 additional 1-year renewals, which Paul, I believe we're in the first, we could potentially exercise 1 additional year beyond this academic year. And this was negotiated back in 2021, because that was still with Mr. Watring.
Okay, anything else? Call for the vote, boys?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so that's another out of the way. Next, item J, Ford Office Technologies.
I make a motion that we approve item J, Ford Office Technologies.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tatham, second by Ms. Feathers. Any questions, discussion?
Did this go out to bid?
This did not, Paul, you could probably speak to your processes on this. All of this pricing came in below the West Virginia state bid, which is kind of like what we talked about with the bleachers, that it's an established volume purchasing agreement. And Paul, I think in the packet, I think there's provisions providing like the cost scenarios versus that.
We have a state contract, we can purchase stuff off that. I always see if we can find stuff underneath the state contract price. That's why I brought the boards and stuff for you before with new lines, boards right there, you guys approved that right there because it's cheaper than what was on the state contract. This right here, the price came in the same price what the state contract is, but they're a local company, and I decided to go with them.
Okay. Yeah, and there's actually two invoices here. There's one for Zones. I don't know if is that software.
Zones is the state contract.
That's where we were trying to show that there was a comparative. Zones.
Oh, that's just for one of the
Stain,
same computers.
Zones is the state bid, they're the state bid holder. So what he was trying to demonstrate there is that we could get actually lower pricing than the state bid.
Okay, I understand.
Which the state bid, we could buy off of that without restriction, but would still need board approval at the threshold we're talking about.
So this is just a comparison.
Yes.
And before we vote, thank you for doing that, because again, after the people that are here today, if we can buy local cheap, that's a huge bonus. So thank you, Mr. Sines. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Verbal?
Yes.
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 Yes. And finally, item K, Irwin Seating Company.
I make a motion that we approve item K, Irwin Seating Company's contract.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded by Mr. Tatham and Ms. Feathers.
Okay, same
Any
Did
questions?
this one go out to bid, or should it, or have to?
No, because again, this is being purchased by way of the Omnia contract, which, again, they have done all the pre-bid, that meets all the pre-bid requirements going through a purchasing agreement of this nature. This is also, I would compare this to like when the football bleachers were put in, those were purchased with we went through a vendor Stadium Solutions, but we purchased it by way of a pre-bid purchase agreement.
Okay,
Anything else?
that was good.
Hearing nothing, call for the vote.
Yes.
You got to vote on it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, 4-0. So in conclusion of all those, Mr. Martin, thank you, and whoever else, all the extra work that went in to get those. We have a plan in the future going forward that won't happen, and we appreciate all the additional effort that took.
Very much so.
So, now, it is 2 o'clock. Do we need to do a recess? Or we,
I think unless you envision that this is going to take a substantial period of time, Mr. Atkins, I would finish out the agenda.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda, and you, before I go to that, you'll take care of that D, contract D, that's what, okay. I'm sorry, I should have
It's all
asked that. At this time, entertain a motion to approve the schedule of checks to be written.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Tatham. Any
Hold on.
questions?
Hold on, Mr. Huggins. It's not letting me progress here. Wait a second. There.
I got confused alphabetically.
Well, I was wanting to do that one, but I think it should let me jump now.
I have a motion to amend. You ready?
Yeah. Wait a minute, is Mr. Martin?
I got it.
I'm ready,
I
but
got it.
Okay. I move that we separate the check for Edmonton for the contract that we tabled and that we table the payment until after we have approval of the contract.
Yep.
Second.
okay, so now we'll be voting on the amendment first, when Mr. Martin tells me. Okay, voice vote?
Yes?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes?
4-0.
Okay, are you ready? And now we'll vote on the
Well,
original motion.
In regards to the original motion, do I recall correctly, at the last meeting, we had separated checks to ICLE until approval, but I don't believe that those checks were added to this check. So just
We'll
a
get it taken-
reminder that, I mean, like, I
we'll
don't
get it
think
taken
those
care of.
checks have, I was expecting them to be on this agenda. So just a reminder
We'll get
that
it taken care of.
we need to get those in.
Okay.
Okay. So this is call for the vote.
On the main one, okay.
on the main.
Yeah.
On the
Do
main.
we have a motion?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
made by, who made it? You, you made it and Mr. Tatham
Me.
seconded. He made so many, that's why I was looking, I forgot.
Tired of hearing me?
No, we're working together.
Okay.
You haven't passed me on the annoying scale yet.
You don't annoy me yet either.
Okay. We
The
got
word was yet.
Open
Call
the
for
vote. Okay. Voting is open.
As long as we can still laugh and have fun, we're good.
Motion passes 4-0.
Next on the agenda, entertain a motion for the board to approve budget journal entries 128 through 130.
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Ms. Feathers. Any discussion?
Ms. Kerstetter, since you're here, can you just, like, I noticed on page 2 of these budget journal entries, like, we're moving $20,000 into staff travel general, $20,000 into reserve special project. Like, they're very, very flat amounts as opposed to being connected to a specific item.
Hold on.
Are you able to pull the journal entries up there, Mr. Sines? She was looking over at the screen, okay.
Oh, that was the budget setup. Like, they gave Erica the budget they wanted in line, she set it up in the system.
Okay.
This is like a grant request or something?
Yeah, no, well, not a great request, but like, when, like, in May, what I'll do, knowing that next year they're gonna get X number of dollars, I put it in a reserve fund, it's just sits there. Then CTE director person tells us where they want that money allocated to. This is that. This is there, because we don't budget it to line item or need until they give us their money.
Okay, I just was used to, expecting an amount of, $1,117, like,
No, it's all, unless we know something specific, something
okay.
specific.
It's them setting up their encumbered budget for
Yeah,
how they
we were
intend
really
to.
getting that in, because it was brand new and we were still. New people trying to figure out what the state was doing.
Okay, thank you, appreciate the explanation.
Okay, anything else? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 4-0.
Next on the agenda is an information, maintenance work order system update. Any questions for the superintendent there? Mr. Murray's not here, but was here earlier.
Really not a substantive change, because we had a meeting relatively recently.
Okay, so at this point, what I need to do.
Mr. President, I move we go into an executive session for a student hearing.
Second.
Okay, that was my next question.
If I may just say, before we start that, Mr. Seymour, Ms. Schaefer, Ms. Layton, Ms. Miller, Ms. Doer, and Ms. Herco, thank you for being here. You were not on the agenda, but as a board member, I appreciate you being here to help anything as we go along. I know we didn't get to ask y'all questions, I'm sorry, but thank you.
But we did let you raise your hand and comment, or at least Mr. Seymour got to. But no, I concur with you.
Thank you for coming, but I know this was.
I think it's important.
And thank you to the rest of you too. I just know some of you had items on the agenda, and some of you signed up for 4 hours of fun voluntarily, so.
So we will be going into executive.
Who seconded that motion? Mr. Kisner, but.
Mr. Kinzer, Ms. Feathers. Okay, we need to vote on executive session.
What's the motion again?
It's been
To go
moved
into executive
to go
session.
into executive session.
Yes.
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 Time is Bruce.
It is
Bye-bye.
2:07.
Okay.
Guys. Yes, 2:45.
Mr. Martin probably fixed it. Did you hear his motion to end open session?
That makes me sad. We spent too much time together.
Stick a Smartie in your stuff.
Okay, we are now back in open session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the expulsion diversion plan for student A.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Ms. Feathers. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Voting is open. Oh, I thought it was.
Mine's still blank, just saying that.
Ms.
There it is.
Warner, camera off or on? Okay, just make sure to keep that shut, that's fine. The motion passes 4-0.
Student A, Ms. Schaefer will work with you to do what needs to be done. And again, I thank you for coming in. At this time, I entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Ms. Feathers. Any discussion? Hearing none. Call.
Wait a minute, 1 second, Mr. Hayes.
Oh, I forgot. I know what you're going to say.
I do want to ask one thing in regards to, we have a couple of upcoming student disciplinary hearings. I could work with Mr. Schaefer to schedule those in advance of the meeting on the 22nd. The student situations are bringing them back in about the 16th or 17th. Now, we could proceed initially with what we anticipate to be the plan and then ask for board approval. Or we could work the schedule in advance of the student's return. And I can do either, but we just want to know how you guys wanted to proceed.
I'll say my comment. I have no problem with you doing that instead of calling a special session, because this is me speaking. The others, you can speak up. Twofold. Number one, I hate to spend money. And number two, that night we also you'll need to coordinate with some other issues as well. So that could be done. That's my opinion. That's up to the group.
On the flip side, I would say because of having to coordinate that, and then you're adding 2 additional hearings into the mix.
Yes, makes it tough.
Having it a separate night is a little lesser night. Like I said, I'm inclined to do whatever you guys want.
Well, that way, maybe.
I'm fine with either one. I was just gonna say, if we're gonna do a legal call and those, we might just wanna, we don't know how long the call's gonna take.
That is correct.
And we don't know how long. So anyways, I'm open to either one if you want to, even if you don't decide tonight, I'm comfortable with either plan.
Well, I'll go ahead then, Mr. Martin, if the group does not disagree. I will authorize you to determine a special session and make sure that, I'd prefer at night so Mr. Ziegler can be here. And you can send out like a possible couple dates so we can check schedules.
Okay, you can do that.
And
If I can't accommodate it though, Mr. Huggins, I would say at the latest, we would accommodate this meeting on the 22nd. If I can schedule in advance on an agreeable date, I'll work to do so. One of these situations, based upon the student circumstances, may not require a hearing.
correct. And we'll trust your judgment, but that way by policy, I can authorize you to call a special session. Mr. Kisner, you brought out a good point. Instead of doing everything at once, I appreciate it. That's why we're a team.
I'm fine with either one.
Okay, does anybody disagree? Okay, we're good. And now there's been a motion and seconded for adjournment.
That was by Mr. Tatum, second by Mrs. Feathers.
No, it's Kistner.
Kisner and Feathers, yeah. We got used to it.
Lucas is waking up, he's had some sugar.
Life is.
Hurry up, call for the vote.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Motion passes 4-0. I'll fix that, Mr. Huggins.
And time is 2:50.
Camera off, Mrs. Varner.